Hi there. Are you a data analyst, a data scientist, a business analyst, or even a software developer that wants to learn how to build high quality dashboards using Python? You are probably tired of copying and pasting the same plots to your PowerPoint every week. What if you can make your data interactive? In this video, we build a high quality dashboard from scratch using Python, Dash, and Plotly. I'll walk you through the step-by-step process starting from a blank file. By the end of this video, you will not only know how to build this dashboard, but you will understand how every piece works, and then you will be able to build your own dashboards. I would also show you how to deploy your dashboards to a live server using Plotly Cloud for free, and you can be able to share these dashboards to anyone around the world. So why Dash? Dash is a Python framework that is built by the Plotly team. It allows you to build full web application, dashboards, internal tools, or data apps without writing a single line of HTML, CSS, or even JavaScript. Everything is done with Python, right? Behind the hood, it uses React.js in the front end and then Flask as the back end. Then also you can switch to Fast API backend as well. It supports Fast API. You have probably heard of other frameworks like Streamlit, Power BI, Tableau, right? These tools are good, especially if you work with business intelligence team and you want a quick prototype. But then they don't give you full control over your layout, how you interact with your dashboards, right? With Dash, you have the power to do anything you want, right? And the good thing is that every single thing is done with Python. You don't have to write a single line of HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, right? If you are tired of your data sitting in Jupyter Notebook locked in your computer, and want to build something interactive with your data, a dashboard that you can share around to anyone around the world, then this video is for you. So this is the dashboard we'll be working on, right? As you can see, total users, total orders, total selling, total payments, everything done with Dash Bootstrap component, right? Can select state, whatever, select city, yeah, the product as well, total product and everything in a table. This can be sorted and all that, right? They all can be searched. You can search for a single product, for a single ID or anything, down to others. The dataset is pretty big, yeah. So we have our orders table. Again, we have the data, total orders, processing orders, delivered orders, cancelled orders. You can select by status. You can even filter by date, right? Let's see what our sellers have to say. Again, to your longitude and latitude, you can pinpoint location by map. All right. Down to reviews, all stars. We have this plot reviews also, right? Down to payments. Again, you have your data, you have your plot, your doughnut chart, your bar chart. Then we'll go to settings. These are just pages you can use to do anything. Security, help and support, yeah. So everything is going to be done in Dash and Dash alone. So let's talk about the packages we'll be using. First of all, we'll be using Dash, which is obviously the framework that we'll be building on to get the dashboard up and running. Then be working with Dash Grid also. It's an high level package that helps to handle Dash table data, right? So it gives high level features like Excel. So think of it like putting Excel in your dashboard, right? Also, you can filter with Dash Grid. You can filter your data. It's very powerful that it can handle lots of data without slowing down your dashboard. Yeah. So this is an example of it. So the tables here were done using Dash Grid. Yeah. Then the next we'll be working with is Dash Bootstrap Component. So this is if you are from the web development background, you should know the use of Bootstrap. It gives you high level components, right, whereby you don't need to write HTML and CSS from scratch. So the whole design with this dashboard was done using Dash Bootstrap Component, and we'll be learning more about that later on in the video. As you can see, it has multiple components, right? You want to so let's just go through some of them. These are an accordion, right? And the code is basically there for you to copy, right? You need an alert on your dashboard. This is it, just for quick information for your whoever is working on the whoever is looking at your dashboard. We have badge, we have lots of things. You even have carousel if you want to give your dashboard designs. Yeah, lots of things. You have jumbotron, you have list group, if you have list of things that you want to work on your dashboard. Yeah, even down to your navigation bar, right? You want your navigation bar, Dash Bootstrap component does it for you. So basically you can use this as a building block for your whole dashboard or web applications, right? You don't need to write HTML, CSS from scratch. So lots of components that you can use. Yeah, cards, this is one of my favorites. So everything in the dashboard were done, the whole design, layout, and everything, using Dash Bootstrap component. And also by default it's responsive. If I should go down to any screen size, as you can see, it's completely responsive. See, nothing is going out of screen. Everything is 100% responsive, so you don't have to worry about small screen or different screen size. By default, it handles responsiveness for you. Yeah. And then finally, Pandas. By now you should know what Pandas is, and we use it to load our data, manipulate our data, filter and all that. Manipulation with our data, it will be done using Pandas for this project. So let's dive right in. Yeah, so let's create our project, and this is my terminal, and we'll be using UV. If you don't know UV, it replaces pip, venv, and all that. Everything has been merged to one. It's a high performance pattern package, and it's 10 times faster than pip, written in Rust, of course, used to manage your project and all that. And let's see how it works. So I'm just going to initialize it with my project TOML. So basically all our dependencies, package, and all that are going to be here, right? So the first thing we need to do is I add dash. So just say uv add dash. Let me increase this to be big enough. Yeah, uv add dash. Let's see. So by default it updates the pipe packages. And what other package we need? Pandas. I can just add everything together. uv add pandas dash dash ag grid. Yeah, dash ag grid dash bootstrap components. Yeah, so wait for it to install and it should be done. All right, this is the data set we would be working with. The Brazilian E-Commerce public dataset by Olist from Cargo, right? And scrolling down, we can see our different CSV files. We have our customers data set, we have geolocation, we have the other items, we have the other payments, other reviews, orders, product data set, sellers data set, product category name, translation data set, right? And these data sets have been cleaned already for us, so we would not be doing any data cleaning. We are going to go straight to analyzing the data, building meaningful insights from the data, and building a beautiful dashboard with our data, and finally deploying it to Plotly Cloud. So see you in the next part of this video. Yeah, so let's talk about our layout. Yes, so first of all, the most important thing we need to know in layout is container, rows and column, right? So basically a container is just like the whole page. A container can just be a div, right? Yeah, and we'll see more example on this on our, where we start working, right? So this whole page can just be a container. Then row, like the name says, is just a row, right? So this total user, total orders, total sales, total payments, everything can be in one row, right? This dashboard and welcome back can be in another row, right? Scrolling down again, this customer location can be in one row, right? So it helps us to organize our layout, right? Now coming down to column, this total users card can be in a single column, this total orders card can be in a single column, this total sellers can be in a single column, and total payments in a single column, right? These 4 columns are of different sizes, right? So Bootstrap help us to arrange rows, columns, containers in a way that we don't have to stress ourselves. Product page, we have 3 equal columns. For product page, we have 3 equal columns, right? Here again, we have 4 different columns. Again, it helps us to arrange our pages, right? So we'll start by drawing the layout so that it will be easy to work on our code. Yeah, so first of all, we have like a main navigation bar, right? Top navigation bar. So not circle, want a rectangle. Yes, so main navigation bar, right? Then we have side navigation bar that holds our navs, right? And then we have the main body, right? So just going to draw this here. Good. So basically this is our first layout is, and yes, great. And then if you notice, the top navigation bar and the side navigation bar appears in all pages, right? They appear in all pages. So would work on that next. Yes. Yeah, so before we start, before we start writing code, let's do some basic setup to be able to use Dash Bootstrap Components. So from Dash import Dash Bootstrap Component as DBC. Yes, then we need to use the DBC themes, right? So we'll have enhanced styling, right? Now let's go inside our Dash app. We can use external style sheets, and it's going to be a list, right? dbc dot themes dot bootstrap. Yes, this is good. Then we'll be able to use the dbc components, right, by registering the external style sheet. The other thing we need to work on is our icons, right? We're using Bootstrap icons, so we need to add the css here also, the external style sheets. So icons are very important to your dashboard and your web pages. They give it a very good enhancement and really makes it look cool. This for instance is an icon, this is an icon, this a gift icon, people's icon, over to our side navigation bar, you can see beautiful icons that are added to our text. And in this video I would show you how you can configure your Dash and where you can search for these icons to be added. All right, so in order to add icons to our web our dashboard, Dash has it imported by default, right? Dash Bootstrap Component has it. Yeah, Dash has it imported by default. So coming here, say dbc.icons bootstrap, no, not annotation, bootstrap, because we want to use bootstrap, because we want to use the bootstrap icons. All right, and then again it has another icons, the font awesome, right? So coming down here, you can say dbc.icons, font awesome, right? So we've added the css class for both of them. Let's run it and see. And so let's go to Bootstrap icons, these ones, and there are lots of icons, rich icons that you can use. Let's use this. So I'm just going to copy the class, right? That's what we are interested in, just the class. So coming down here, we would use our html.itag, which stands for italic, then the class name, copy the icons that we just copied, paste the icons rather. So coming down here, let's refresh and see. Voila, it works, right? You can also search, right? So let's say I want to search for bank. Let's take this, go to copy. So let's go down again, html.i, a class name, good, paste. Let's go to our page again and see bank is there, right? If you want to use font awesome, you can come to the font awesome website, and there are beautiful icons as well. It's the same pattern, you just need to copy the class name, right? So let's use this magnifying glass. HTML, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. So I'm interested in just the class, right? So I'm going to cut this. Coming down here, html.i, class name is, paste this, right? So if you notice, Bootstrap icon starts with bi and font awesome starts with fa, right? Let's go back and see, and let's run our server again. Okay, as you can see, the magnifying glass is there. So it depends on your use case, what you want. You can actually pick anything, right? Dash, okay, so this is what it has about Dash. Let's see, let's search Dash here and see different things about Dash. Let's copy this. All you need to do is to copy the class name and paste it, right, and you are good to go. html.i, class name is this. Then you can also style it, give it colors. Let's see, so we can come over here and style. Color is red. Let's run it and see. As you can see, red. You can increase the font size. We can use the Bootstrap icon for that, fs2. Okay, then we can also use the Bootstrap class for it. You can use text primary for this as well. All right, let's refresh. Whatever you want you can do, but the most important thing is your ability to use the icons. All right, so we've been able to successfully add font awesome bootstrap icons on our web page, and see you in the next part. Get a basic layout of this, right? Then we'll start building on it. Again, if you notice, the side navigation bar and the top navigation bar are fixed. What changes inside is the content, right? So this here is what changes. So now with Bootstrap we can give the whole parent page a container, right? So everything should be inside a container, right? So let me give it a red color instead. So this is like the parent container that houses everything, right? So I'm going to take this out and then come here and say dbc.container. Yes, and I want a fluid equals to true. So what this does is that it starts from the extreme end. Let me take this to the first page. Currently there's nothing here, and okay, let's give it children and see. Children equals to a list, right? And then let's use html.h1 hello world. So yeah, officially our first hello world. Coming down here, you can see, right? When you give fluid equals to true, okay, no, let's use a paragraph, html.p instead, because yeah, let's use a paragraph, html.p, because the header tags give padding, it comes with padding, and I don't want that. Yeah, so you can see hello world. If you should take this out of it, right, you don't want a container fluid, let's see what we notice. As you can see, if you use just a container, it gives it padding by default, right? You can see the space. But then again, if you use fluid equals to true, it takes it away, and we have where we can start from. We still have some margin around here, and I want us to start from the extreme ends, right? So remember I told you Dash Bootstrap Component, using the Bootstrap class, it helps you do a lot of styling you don't have to do on your own, right? I can come here and give it a class name equals to p0. I don't margin and padding. So let's run it again and see what we have. Okay, so as you can see, everything has gone, right? So basically, in our container, we don't want margin, we don't want padding, you just want to come on its start from the extreme end, right? So give it a class name of p-0 m-0. P stands for margin. If you want margin on your horizontal, your x-axis, you can use px0, or if you want for vertical, py, same thing with margin, mx and my. Yeah, so now let's take this hello world out and let's start working with our layers now. So I'm just going to take this by the side. So first of all, we need a row, right? So I can come here and say dbc.row, right? And children will be empty. And I want to give it a style, right? So we just give them different colors so that we understand layouts better. So this is a row, and let's come here and I want to style it. Yes, so again, if you don't want to use Bootstrap, you can do your default CSS styling. Right now I want the, oh sorry, this is a row. Oh yeah, so this is a row, and let's give it a column of 100%. right, dbc dot column. This is autocomplete. I think I need to disable it. Yeah, so we've given it a row and we've given it a column. So this is what we want to build, right? Let me just draw. This part of our dashboard is what we want to build. What we want to draw gets first the top navigation bar. Yes, so I've given it a row and I'm giving it a column. Now I want to give it a md is equals to 12, because you know this is a full screen, not half, right? Now md is equals to 12. Yes, so I want to give it a style, and remember, you can also use your default styling in CSS, right? You don't have to heavily rely on Bootstrap. There are some things you need to do your own styling. So Bootstrap and Dash Bootstrap Component also give us that flexibility, right? So style is a dictionary. Take the relational, and I want to give it a background color of red, and I want to give it a height of let's give it 50 pixels and see. And let's run this clear. Okay, take note that. Yes, so this is all we have currently, and let's see. Yeah, as you can see, we already have the background color and the height, right? So we've done the first part, which is this. I need to take this off. Now let's do the second part. Now let me just get my highlighter to draw it. Yes, so now these two belong to a single row. So this is a single row, right? And this is column 1. Nope. Yeah, this is column 1 and this is column 2, right? Over here we had one row, which is row is always the horizontal part and column is the vertical part, and one column. And here we have one row also, and then two columns, this column 1, this column 2. So let's go there, and I'm going to put a comma here, right? Coming down here again, dbc.row children is equals to a list, right? So we've done the row. Now let's do the column. Yeah, so what this md does is that it's going to give it a full screen. Md is basically used to give our columns width, right? So I'm going to come here, dbc.column. Let's see, I need medium. Let's give it 2 and see. Then let's give it a style also. Style is equals to background color blue. Okay, background color of blue and height of 50 pixels. Yeah, so let's give dbc.column. Let's give the second column. Yes, so on this md, it's the maximum MD you can give it, MD starts from medium. So on medium screen is that's how it's going to be. You have MD, you have LG, which is for large. So most of the time, because of responsiveness, you'd be working with MD. Just use MD, you're going to be fine, right? Yeah, the maximum is 12. That is full width 100%. So you can partition your column into different screens, different widths rather. Yeah, so now I've given this a MD of 2. I'm going to give the second one MD of 10, which is going to make it 12, right? So MD is equals to 10. Then let's give it styling also. Styling is a dictionary. Yeah, so let's give height to our, let's give it a full height. So let's give it 100 VH. VH stands for viewport height. So basically take the whole height of our screen. So let's see. Yeah, so basically we've been able to replicate the side navigation bar, top navigation bar, layout, and then the main page, right? So now let's design our navigation bar. So I'm still going to leave these colors there for demarcation and explanation. When we start building, I take the colors out. So I hope I've been able to explain basic layouts with Dash Bootstrap Components. Yeah, so that is it for layout. And before we proceed, I would start working on our project, our folder, project folder structure, right? Yeah, oh, they already gave us a main app.py, but I would be deleting this. So this probably came from the UV init. Packages.md, I don't need it anymore, so I'm gonna delete it. Yeah, readme.md from our GitHub. Yeah, so I'm going to be creating a folder called pages. This is where all our pages would be in, right? I'm going to create another folder called data. This is where we'll store our CSV files when we start working on them. And then finally I'm going to create a folder called config. Again, these are reasons I'm creating them. You can create your folder structure in a way you can understand and other developers will understand too, right? Now I need a file called constant.py to hold all our constants, and then I need another file called helpers.py, right? So I did not create this at the beginning of the project because I want us to be doing things as we need them, right? Not boring you guys with folders creation and all that. Yeah, so yeah, all right, so let's jump into navigation bar. So still on the DBC documentation. Yeah, so these are examples. Let me copy the first one. If you want a very simple navigation bar, not complex things, this navbar simple is very easy. So this is the variable of the navigation bar using dbc.navbar simple. Then coming down here, I need it here where our first navigation bar is. So just going to come here and say children equals to navbar, right? So let's see the effects. As you can see, we have our navbar simple, right? Now that is if you are using dbc.navbar simple. This is just what you can do. That's it. Yeah, to collapse on smaller screens and toggle for revealing navigation items. You can modify which breakpoints and which breakpoint the expression happens. Yeah, so basically like I said earlier, it is responsive, right? So as you can see, you don't need to worry about mobile. It's responsive by default. Now we don't want something simple, we want something complex like this. So this one you use the dbc.navbar, not navbar simple. So as you can see, we have total control over our layout. Yeah, so I'm not going to be copying this, but this is similar to what we need. But yeah, I have my own way of doing it. Yeah. So let's take this out of it. We don't want it. And yeah, so my navbar is going to be a list. Yeah, so again, I'll be starting from dbc.navbar. I want the navbar itself, right? And let's see, color equals to light. I want a light color navigation bar. Class name equals to, so what class should we give it? Border button. Yeah, border button. Yes, sticky top, we want it to be at the top, right? And shadow. Yeah, yes. So now let's give it our children. This is where it becomes interesting. Yeah, so this is where it becomes interesting, because we now want to start defining our items. Actually don't need this auto complete now. Yeah, so no, not children. I just okay, children. Yeah. So for the children, I want to start with the container. So dbc.container, right? And then yes, I want it to be a fluid. So fluid is equals to true, right? dbc.container fluid is equals to true. And let's give it class name also. px0. We don't want any padding right on the horizontal axis. Yes, so now yeah, so the next thing we do after this is to in your container, if you want multiple elements or components, you use children. If you want one, you can just call it without the children, right? So I want to give this a div, html.div, sorry, div, come on, what, not. All right, so let's see what we have currently in trying to build our own custom navigation bar, which is this. Again, we're trying to replicate this. So if I should refresh, there's a white background up and then a red. The reason for the white is because there's no content. So if I should put header here, you should see that to be coming down, and I think we can finally eliminate this. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's continue. So back to the navbar. Yes, so then we would introduce flexbox for this navigation bar, because we're not doing the simple navbar. We want a more complex and total control over our navigation bar, right? So what we'll be using is what we call a flexbox. And if we want to look at the layout, we can see this Buddhist code and the hamburger icon, then one corner at the extreme left. The search component is in the middle, and then on the right we can see the icon and the name John Doe, right? So we can put 3 of them inside a div and use flexbox to align this instead of using the row column, right? So in terms of arranging layouts, row column are really good, but when it comes to navigation bar, tabs, using flexbox is better, right? So let's go down to this. Yeah, so taking the children, I'm going to give it a div, html.div, right? And that's this server, yeah. So let's give our children a list. So I need to div here, right? html.div. I can say logo, then go again, html.div search bar, and finally html.div user profile. Okay, so let's run it again and see what we have. So yeah, we have the three of them, but they are all on a vertical alignment. So now I want to align them horizontally. By default, they always be vertically aligned, right? So I want to align them horizontally, and again I'm just touching on flexbox so that we can arrange our layout the way it is here and start building on it, right? So I'm going to give this a class name. Yes, class name is dflex. I don't want autocorrect. Dflex, and then it will align them horizontally, sorry, class name, yeah. So let's see. Now we can see they are horizontally aligned, but then we want them to be spaced, right? And I'm going to say justify content between. Then we also need to align them vertically aligned. So we would do them as we're typing the classes, we're seeing them, right? Okay, so let's give it a width of 100 first and see. Oh, I made a mistake. Justify content between, yeah, I made a mistake on the spelling of my justify. Yeah, so justify content between, and it gives them that separation, right? As you can see, these two are on the extreme left, which is what we have. At the middle we have a search bar, which is this, and at the extreme right we have the user profile, which is this, right? Good. So now I need to do this align item center. So when we start adding our icon, I would explain the meaning, but basically it needs to give them the same horizontal alignment, right? And now the next thing we need to do is to give it padding from the x and maybe y axis. So I can come here and say px3, then py2. So padding for the x-axis 3, so 3 at the left, 3 at the right, and padding for the y-axis, which is top and bottom 2. Right, so we have space to an extent. Good. So where do we start from? So let's start from the left, which is the logo. We have the hamburger icon. So let's see bootstrap icon class. This. Again, there are different icons, so you can use font awesome if you wish, but you know, for this tutorial I chose to use Bootstrap icon. Let's see hamburger. So this is it. Be Alice, yeah. Okay, great. So let me close this. Coming back, yeah. So now we need the logo, so I'll just leave it as logo then instead of, or maybe leave it as with this code, and then the hamburger icon. So it's time for us to start choosing our colors, right? Because we need it for the active class, we need it for the title here, right? So I just need to inspect this. So basically you can do this to any website to, you know their properties and all. So right click and, you know, so basically right click on it and click on inspect, right? So yeah, so I think this is it, right? So going back here and in our config, we can add a constant, a colors class, right? And then create a class colors, let's say blue. Yeah, so we can put white is equals to this, gray, black. I think this should do for now. And so in our template, no, our app.py, yeah. So coming down here, we need a title, which is this, right? And yeah, so that's what we just need, the title and the button. Yeah, so what I would do here is okay, coming here to clean this out, I'm going to say let's give it a children, right? Children is always a list, remember? And okay, it should be visible enough. Yeah, we'll have a children, and I can give it a span. Let's give it let's give it an H4. Right, and let's give it style. Style is a dictionary, right? Color, we need colors, yeah. So colors dot blue. Oh, no, we need to import colors, yeah. So yeah, so from config.colors, yeah, config.colors, we're importing the colors class, right? So it's basically to keep our work arranged and all that, you know. So let's have it, yeah, colors are blue, and let's run it again to see the effect. As you can see, you know, the body is good. But then again, using the header tag h1 to h6 or whatever comes with padding and margin. So we want to take that away. Margin 0, padding 0. Yeah, good. So yeah, so it should be reduced. Then we can give it a font weight of bold, right, to make it, yeah, font weight of bold. This looks bigger. We can, you know, from h4 we can change it to h5 to make it smaller. Yeah. Okay, great. So now, okay, now we already have the name. We want our hamburger, right? So, and it's a button. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll use the DBC Dash Bootstrap Container button. Yeah. So what we'll do, we'll use the Dash Bootstrap Container button. So DBC button, right? And then we want the component to be our icon, right? So html.I will be using the I tag, right? Class name, well, it has been done for us already. So let's see what we have. The bi list coming down here. You can see it, and it's not primary. So let's go to our docs and see it. We want something light, right? So let's give it color of light. That's for the button, right? So you can just come here and let's copy it. Color light. Yeah. So let's see. Okay. So let's give it a border. Border. And I think there is a border, a class border secondary. So maybe change the icon. Yeah. So I think we can also give it primary. Let's see. So it changes the border color. So yeah, let's give it border secondary, or I think border info. So basically based on the class name, which is this. So let's try border light and see. Border light. Come here and refresh. Usually it auto refreshes by itself, but you know, I'm too impatient to let it auto refresh, so I prefer refreshing it on my own. So light does it no good. So let's go back to border secondary. Yeah. You know what? On a second thought, I think it's better. We do it without the border. I think making it light looks more beautiful. Good. So the next thing we need to do is to align these two horizontally. And how do we do that? Again, we do it using our flexbox, right? We already have a class name of dflex, display flex. Let's see. Great. Align item center, and let's give it a gap too. Refresh again, align items center it, you know, it gives them that balance horizontally. See, so if I should take it out of the class, refresh, yeah, you can see it's not balanced horizontally. So align items center balances them. And then the gap tool. Yeah, so the gap tool is you know, basically used for spacing elements without trying to manually calculate the width, right? If we say for, let's see how far it will go, you can see it space it apart. Yeah, so let's stick with 2, right? So I would say we are done with the left navigation bar, and now it's down to the middle search bar, right? So again, still in the component documentation, let's look for is it, yeah, input or input group. So let's see if just have a basic form, basic forms or forms. Let's see what input group does. Yeah, so this is something we need. Input group text. Is that what we have? We have a search icon. Yeah, I think we need something like that and modify. Okay, text. So let's take this one. Oh, there's a button add-on. Yeah, I think this better explains what we need. The button and the text. Yeah, so let's take this. I don't need the variable, just what it's equated to, right? So coming down here, should we give it a children? Okay, no, we can just dump it like that. So basically you can dump a single component there without giving it a children, right? The only time you need children is when you need more than one in a tag, right? So basically looking at this div, we needed the h5 and the button, right? But looking at this, we just need the input group, right? So can take this. We're not clicking anything now, but though by default it's meant to be 0 anyway. Let's refresh and see what we have. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Now what do we have? We want just the search icon. So coming here, let's give it html.i class name bi search. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, we now have the search, and it's not blue, wants yeah, so we want it to the end, to be at the end also, right? Just going to cut this, paste it here, so the form comes before the icon, right? Let's refresh and see what is going on. Yeah, so basically, there are sometimes Dash doesn't save your work, so you just have to do something. I don't know if it's a Dash thing or a Python thing, but I was pretty sure it was going to appear here, so just needed to add something to temporarily reload it. I don't need a placeholder. Okay, search Control K, so let's put it there. Search Control plus K. Good. I don't need to type. Well, if you're working, there are lots of things you can do with from your input, right? So you can always come back here and see how far you can go, and at the end there is always there are arguments or attributes for each classes, you see. So one thing I love about the Dash documentation is that it's very easy to read and follow. So now we need to increase the width of this. So what should we do? Oh yeah, we still have this to take care of, which is the color, right? There is a class called bg. So coming here, class name, bg transparent. So let's run this again and see. Oh yeah, so you can see it's transparent, and we don't want a border, so we can give it border 0, right? Do we actually? Oh, okay, so now we want a border. Let's say border. See what we have here, a basic border. Now we need a black color, right, for the icon. So coming here, so let me break this down so that it will be easy to follow. Okay, great. So this closing tag belongs to this. The class should go under, yeah. ID should go under also. So yeah, so this is the our icon, right? So we can come here and give it color. We have a class colors dot. Do we have gray? Okay, let's give it gray and see. Oh, icons doesn't have color, so we'll have to just give it a style, right? So style colors, yeah, great. So let's go back to refresh. It's quite not what we want, so let's give it a black. Yes, great. So the last thing we need to do is to what else do we need to do? Yeah, so let's increase the width of this input. So now we need to worry about the width of this. So okay, there's a utility Bootstrap class that we can use. Class name. Let's go to with 100 and see. That's 100%, 100% width. It doesn't work. Okay, so let's do something. So now there's another Bootstrap class we need to give flex grow. So basically what it means is that take the whole space that is needed, basically, right? Take the whole space. Currently what our display flex does is it takes them horizontally, yes, and then they fill the space that basically is needed, right? But flex grow, it tells them to fill the whole space, so then we can have an increased width of this. So I'm just going to come here, this is for the first one, and give it flex grow of 1, yes. Come in here, and flex grow of 1. Don't display flex that way. And the last one will be needing a display flex. Yes, so let's apply this on it again. We'll be needing a display flex of this. Let me reduce the width of this to 66. Yeah, 66. Let's refresh and see what is going on. Yeah. I need to give it a display of flex. Yeah. I forgot actually. For you to use flex below the flex grow, they have to be in flex boxes. That was my bad. Yeah. So we've given the theory items flex grow of 1. So second div flex grow of 1, and third div flex grow of 1 also, right? Yes, so if you refresh you can see it, but then we need to shift this to the end. There's another utility class for that. We can just define content and yeah, so it just takes the whole element to the end, right? If we want it to be at the start, we can do start and see. Yeah, so but taking it to the end solves our problem. And yeah, so it has successfully taken to the end. So if I achieve the 2 parts of our navigation bar and just the last part that is left, which is the user icon and the John Doe. Yeah, so over here, which is this is the last component or element. let's give it a children because we need more than one. Remember, if you just need one element, you can put it directly, but if you need more than one, it's going to be a children tag. We need an icon, so let's see the Bootstrap icon for user. I just want to assume okay, person cycle. Okay, so this is it. Yeah, person cycle. So let's go back and use our HTML dot I. Class name is bi person cycle. Then yes, and we have a John Doe. Well, I want it to be in a tag, so we can use the span tag. Span John Doe. Okay, so now we have them together, and we can give this gap. Is it gap? Yeah, gap. Gap 2, and yeah, we can align them centered. Yeah, great. So we need to increase the font weight of the font size, yeah, of the icon. So class, oh sorry, we already have a class name there. So just fs3, let's give it 3 and see. Fs stands for font size. A little bit too big. Let's see what 2 can do. Still a little bit too big. Let's see what 1 can do. Oh, I think we need to, let's give it 5 and see. Sometimes it's more of trial and error till you get the right class for it. Yeah, I think this is okay. Then I think our navigation bar is too big, so either we increase the padding. Was it padding? Let's see. Oh, the height. Yeah, it was the height. So let's change it to 40 pixels and see. Okay, so let me take the height out of it completely. Okay, so height has been taken off completely and it's still looking too big. Then let's look at our padding or margin. So this is the column. Oh yeah. So we're giving y-axis. Let's take 20 to 0. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, I think this is fine. So basically it was the y-axis padding that was affecting it, right, for the our div. Yeah, so you should change it to 5. You should see how big it will be. So I can take it off completely. Yeah, let's take it off completely instead of putting 0. And voila, we have our navigation bar. Right. So the next thing we would work on is our side navigation bar. Yeah, our side navigation bar. On our pages, I'm just going to create another folder. What I do now? I'm going to create another folder called nav. Right, then in this folder, I'll create a file called nav vertical.py, right, and create another one, nav horizontal.py. So I have a vertical and horizontal nav bar. Let me just be sure it's created. Oh yeah. So it's time for us to do the side navigation bar, which is this blue color on the left plane, right? So yeah, let's head on to the Dash Bootstrap component. Components. Yeah. So we'll be using the nav. Again, we would only use nav bar when it's a custom complex design we're doing, and we need the vertical. Let me just search for vertical. Yeah, this is what we need, the vertical stacking. Okay, great. So I would just copy this, and this was for the top nav bar, which was this row, and medium 12, so the whole screen. So now the side navigation bar should be this column 2, right? So what I would do here is let's give it a comma, children, paste the code here. So I want it to be a fixed side nav, so I will turn here to true. So basically what this MD means, vertical equals to MD, it means when it's on medium screen size, it returns to a vertical navigation bar. You can replace it with large, but first of all, let's see what we have. So this is it. Yeah, so this is it, right? So you can change it to LG. When it's on large screen, it's going to be a vertical navigation bar. And let's try some experiment and see. You see, so on a small screen it's horizontal, larger screen it's vertical. But what I want it to be vertical across all screen sizes. So I'll change it to true. So you can either use a boolean or string of the breakpoints. So I want it to be vertical at all screen sizes. So if I should inspect, go smaller, it's going to be vertical, right? Great. So let me remove the background color. I don't think we need it. What is it here? We do not need it anymore. Yeah, great. So this is what we want, right? So I can nav link. I want a div of the icon and the title, right? And I already have the names of the icons here, so let's get started. Let me close others. Yeah, great. So I'm going to remove this active and give it a html.div, right? And children, I want an icon, I last name. This is the icon I want to use, speedometer, and I want a span dashboard. So let's see. Great. Let's see, what can we do? We can give this a margin end of 2, so we push the dashboard to the right. Okay. Push the dashboard to the right. Okay, so let's do for others. For now, we don't want an active class yet. Yeah, sorry. Great. So we've just successfully done the first one, and I think we have about how many left? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10. So I'll just duplicate it 10 times. Great. So let's start filling. So the next one is users, right? Users, and I have this icon BI people. Okay. Just going to arrange this here. And the third one is products. Okay. Products, and delete this box. Okay. BI box. Great. Then the fourth is others. Of gift. The fifth is sellers review payments. Okay. Sellers review payments. Right, so let's check what we're doing. If it's I need to okay, they are coming on well so far. So 3 left: settings, security, help and support. Settings, GR, security, help and support. Okay, so just arrange my codes to be neat. Yeah. All right, so I guess we are done with adding them. Yeah, so I'm just going to come here and refresh, and let's see. Okay, so but then again, the colors are black, the icons and everything. Oh yeah, there's an admin here. So before the settings here, I can come and give it HTML dot should I give it h4 admin let's see. Okay, what have I? Oh, yeah, I missed a comma, so I have to run it again. Okay, take this off. Should we give it an H5? Let's give it an H5 and see. Okay, then all caps. That's all caps. Then I want to give it a class name. So first of all, margin start of to push it, away from the edge, right? Oh, something is off again. Then we have a text muted. I don't want it to be completely dark. Okay, I think this is okay for now. So as you can see, there is enough padding within the items navigation bar, right, as you can see over here. And let's do that before we handle the color. Okay, great. So in my navigation bar, yeah, so I can give it a class name of what do we want? Let's give it padding of 3 and see how far it will go. Okay, not bad. Yeah, so then again, we need a black color for everything, right? Yeah, a black color. So padding affects inside the elements, right, while margin affects outside of it. So these elements inside the navigation bar give them a padding, right? You can still see there is space front of the admin, so we can give it a margin top of 4. Let's see. Okay, and maybe increase the padding a little to 4. Sorry, 4. Okay, seems 4 is too much. Okay, let's leave it this way. Then yeah, so we want to now style the individual colors of the icons and the text, right? So you can easily come here and say yeah, you can easily come here and do a style color, but one black. Yeah, you can inside the div, basically want to style the children elements, right, both the icon and the text. So inside the div, oh yeah, we can do it inside the div, my bad. So while inside the divs, yeah, so yeah, then we paste it. So put the style inside the div, just after the list of items, put command, put the div. Let's see, right? So it will make sense doing everything individually, but then again, it's going to be a pain in the ass. So that's the reason classes are here for, right? So I'm just going to create a style.css whereby we dump multiple classes there for when you are styling multiple items. I will explain along the way I'm doing that. So I'm going to create an asset folder. Yes, yeah, an assets folder. I'm going to call this style.css, right? And I'm going to give it a class, right? Let's call it .nav link. Then what was the color? Color was black. So you use a dot to indicate a class and give it a class name. Then you put your square curly braces, color black, right? So I'm just going to copy this nav link, and instead of giving a style every time, I'm just going to give it a class name. So class name should be nav link, right? And let's see the effects. Yeah, it worked. All right, so then again, I'm going to copy this class name and paste it on every other div we have. Right, come in here, paste, come in here, paste here, also paste. It's inside the div component, right? I'm going to paste here, paste here, paste here. So basically, when you give it a class name, you can style it in your CSS. And the good thing with Dash is that you don't need any special configurations. By default, Dash looks into the asset folder, and apply whatever you have there. Even if it's an image or whatever, it applies it there. Unlike some other framework whereby you have to specifically set where your assets are, right? As you can see, everything has turned black. Right, that's great. We're getting there. Yeah, that was great. So the next thing we would work on is linking the pages together. Right, that is what we need to work on. So we need to create each pages, then link them together with the side navigation bar, and then work on this toggle to make sure it's working fine, right? Yeah, so I have a horizontal navigation, a vertical navigation. The goal is to break down our codes to different files, so that we don't cluster everything in the app.py. So this was our vertical navigation, right? Let me just do it now. So I'm going to be moving it. This is our vertical navigation. I'll copy it inside my pages in our nav folder. I'm going to paste it in our vertical navigation. Call it vertical nav. Paste here, and I have to do my imports from Dash Bootstrap. No, sorry, imports Dash Bootstrap Component as DBC, import Dash HTML from colors or config, import colors, but there was no colors there, so this is fine. I'm just going to import it on my app.py. So from pages.nav nav vertical, or you can call it sidebar, whatever, import it, and in my children I'll paste it here, right? So going down to refresh, we still have the same thing here, right? We have the vertical navigation bar. Yeah, it's great. So right now we've been able to take away about 80 lines of code from the app.py, right? We'll do the same for our vertical navigation bar, right? So this dbc.navbar, I'm going to cut it and take it off. Yeah, so again, if you're not on VS Code, you can easily trace where it starts and where it ends. It starts from here and ends here, so just copy it down to dbc.navbar, cut it, coming here again, horizontal. I'm going to call it horizontal _ nav equals to paste it. Then again, I have to do my imports. Let's see. Yeah, for import Dash Bootstrap component as DBC. Okay, we use the colors. Great. So import Dash Bootstrap component as DBC from dash import HTML. From config.colors import colors, our color class. Great. So just going to take it here and do the import again from pages.nav horizontal import horizontal nav, and I'm going to paste it here, horizontal nav. Going down here again, and let's refresh. Oh, it should be a mistake, so we need to run our server again and take it off. Great. So everything is here, right? We've been able to take at least 150 to 200 lines of code from our app.py, as you can see. Great. So now we need to create other pages, right? I need to create users, product, order, sellers, review, payment, settings, security, help, and support, so that we can be able to navigate from our navbar without reloading, right? The good thing about Plotly Dash is that it's a single page application, right? It just routes you without this page reloading, so it's extremely fast, right? So yeah, so let's create our pages. First page we create is our users. So let's go users.py, product, order, sellers, products.py, sellers.py, reviews, payments, reviews.py, payments.py, settings, security, settings.py, security.py, help and support. So I'm just going to call it help.py. Great. All right, so now that we have we've created the pages, right? The next thing we need to do is to register our page and link them. So first of all, in our main app, let's do like this. We need to add a parameter called use pages as a boolean true, right? Because we want to use pages to link, and then we need our pages folder, and it's called pages, which is what we've created, right? And on each pages, so let's start with the first one, which is help.py. We need to also register the URL for each page as well. So what we need to do is from Dash Bootstrap, from Dash import register page, and let's just import DBC. So register page, the current page, which is what this stands for. Path should be /help, and name should be help or help and support. I think that was what, yeah, help and support. Then we've successfully registered the page. So now let's create the layout. Layout is dbc.container. So I can just say help and support. What am I doing? Help and support here. Help and support page. So layout, not layout. Layout here. So layout, take note of this. I tend to make little mistakes sometimes. Yeah, dbc.container help and support. We've already done container at the. Now let's try and link it, but first of all, let's. So let's refresh again. Okay. So in order to fix this error, this is more of hierarchy issue in Dash. Just get this suppress callback exception, and this actually helps to fix a lot of strict issues in Dash. I guess we can delete this. It's not useful again. Yeah, so we can take it off. Let's be sure our server is still running. Okay, yeah, it's still running. And refresh. Yeah, so right now what we need to do is to start linking the side navigation bar to the pages. So what we can do is in our nav, vertical nav, here we can leave this. Then there's one more page we've not created, which is the home page or the dashboard page. So I'll call it dashboard.py. right? And again, we'll have to register it from the dash import. Sorry, is it from dash? Yeah, register page and import Dash Bootstrap Component as dbc. Register page, we need it to be the home page, so we'll just leave it as slash. Your name should be dashboard. Then layout is dbc.container, and let's say dashboard page, right? And yes, finally, before we start linking all the pages, what we need to do is okay, so let's run it again. Let's make clear. Run it again. Yeah, so what we need to do is so basically the top navigation bar is fixed, side navigation bar is fixed, right? And what changes is what is inside this component, right? So if you can see, you go to the users, both top and side are fixed, just the content here that changes, and these are what we call the pages, right? So what I would do here is in my code, we need to tell Dash where the pages are going to be layout, right? Okay, so from Dash import, is it page container, right? So now if I should come here to where our 10 is and paste, so I'll take this style off and paste the children, put the page container, right? Every page is going to be routed here, right? So let's go and see to be sure we've done the right thing. Okay, let me reload it again. All right, so yeah, as you can see, we have a default dashboard page, which is the home page, right? Again, I would explain again. When creating the dashboard page, we set the path as slash. What this single slash means is this is going to be the default home page, right? And when we click on users, product, orders, sellers, we do not want this page to reload. We just want each individual page to be loaded here, right? So what we needed to do after creating all the pages and registering them with the paths Remember, you always register them with the parts. Well, we've not done the rest. We'll do them soon, but we've been able to register the help and dashboard. You go to your main app.py again, import page container, right? I guess I can take this unused import out, right? Now we want our page container to be in the column with medium 10 width size, right? And just paste it there. That should handle everything. So if I should come here and let's go to our browser and put /help, you can see help and support page, right? And that is how the route is going to work, and then we'll connect it to the set navigation bar. If I should put /hello, you can see 404 page not found because we've not registered hello. Are we together? Let's proceed. Great. So what we need right now is to register other pages. So to make it fast, I'm just going to copy and edit. Call this payment page. Paste. This is products page. Great. Reviews page. Security page. Sellers page. Paste. Settings page. Users page, right? So if I should come here and put /users, you can see users page, right? But right now I want to link it to the set navigation bar. So then again, in our nav horizontal, so I'm just going to close out other pages. We set our dashboard, vertical, not horizontal. Yeah, we set our dashboards to this. I'm just going to put / which indicates the dashboard page, which was the part, right? This was users, it was /users, right? So I'm just going to copy this and put /users. This was /products, this was /others. But then again, let's be sure we're doing the right thing. So if I should click on this, it takes me to the home page. Click on this, takes me to users page. Click on this products page. 04 we've not linked others. Yeah, if not, maybe we use the wrong name for others. Great. So it's working so far so good. So let's check others. We have not created others page, have we? Okay, so I'm going to create others page, others.py. Let's just copy what we have here, paste it. Others page. Great. So let's continue. /sellers /review how many payments do we have? Okay, yeah, payments, settings, security, and this was /help. Let's be sure. Yeah, /help. Great. So let's refresh and see. Oh, no error. Dashboard, yeah. Help users, products, others, sellers. Review. Okay, we don't have a review page. Payment, settings, security, help and support. So just review we do not have. So let's go back again. Let's create review. Oh, I have a review. Oh, I called it reviews, not review. Hence the 404. Yeah, reviews. So just add s here, and yeah, we're good to go. Previous page. Now the next thing we need to do is the active class. When we click on users, the users tab, it's active. It helps us to know the page we are in, right? So Dash has something called active. Let's see, active, yeah. So basically, if we give okay, let's start from the home page first. So the nav link have what we call an active attribute. It can either be true or false. Maybe you want to have your own logic there, or it can be exact and partial and exact. For this case, we would be using the exact, and I would explain what the partial means, because there are going to be scenarios when you actually need to use the partial, right? So just going to do this for the home page. So let me separate this so that it can be readable. Take this down and move this inside a little bit. Yeah. So after this href, I can say active equals to exact. So it's going to give it an active class, right? It's going to give it an active class if you're in the home page, right? So now let's be sure it works. Again, we're going to inspect, and this is, yeah, as you can see, there's a nav link active class here, right? Where we have the nav link class, there's an active, so which means it's active. All we need to do is to style our active class, right? If we should go to nav item, you can see there's a nav link here in the users, but there is no active because we're not there, we're in the home page, right? So it's working fine. All we need to do is to style our CSS. And how do we do that? So all we need to do is to go to our CSS file, and we need to give it exact class that have, so basically let's go back to the web and see. If you should inspect these elements, you should see nav link active, right? So we need to target any element that has both nav link and active class. So all we need to do is to go to our CSS and nav link dot active, right? We're going to give it a background color of blue. Here's our blue color. This, yeah. Background color of this. I'm going to give it a color of white and maybe font width of bold. Okay, font width of bold. Let's be sure our server is running. Okay, see up. Let's go and refresh. So our color is now changed to white. Let's give it an importance. So what it means is overwrite everything and turn it to white. Still black. I guess we can target the specific elements. So let's inspect again and see what happens. Yeah, basically it's targeted this, but not the nav link itself. So we can, we can go further and do this. So basically it's targeted just the outside element, which is the nav link. As you can see, we need to target the inner one. So let's try it and see. If the inner one doesn't work, we target the specific element themselves, they would work, right? So let's go back and what we can do, let's close this out. What we can do right now is I'm just going to copy this, right? So basically targeting the outside element class, which is this. Now I want to target the inner one, which is nav link. So then I'm going to put a space dot nav link and color white important. So let's refresh and see. Great. So basically we do not just want to put nav link because it will affect all the nav link. We want to target the specific active one. So this was the parent element dot nav link dot active. So basically all elements that have the nav link class and active, that's the parent element. Then we give a space to target the child element, which is nav link, right? So if maybe you want to further down and target the class icon, we can come here again and okay, let me do it separately. So the parent element, which is this, the nav link, which is the child, and then the icon tag, which is I, right? And we've targeted the icon tag. Remember, class starts with dots, element is just I can say color is red, right? Now let's refresh and see. As you see, we've targeted the icon, right? We can decide to target the span class. Again, I can say is this comma, right? Let's see. Oh, it targeted all the spans. So there was a way of okay, yeah, I just need to come again. Yeah, so basically if you can target more than one element or component using the comma. Yeah, so I was able to target the icon class and the icon tag or the icon element or icon component in the case of Dash, and the span component, right? So basically tags is used in HTML, components is used in React and Dash, and element is used in HTML also, but basically they mean the same thing, right? So I'm going to be taking this off. So I'm just explaining how you can target multiple elements and giving them style. So taking this off, I've gotten what I need, and I think we can take this off too because it's of no use. Great. So now we've been able to target our active class. So if I should click to users, we've not configured the active for users. So now let's go back to our vertical navigation bar. We just need active exact in all of them immediately after the URL, right? Active exact, active exact, active exact, active exact, oops. Active exact, active. Right, so then again, remember it's on the nav link, that is where it has the active class. So not nav item, the nav link itself. Great. So now let's refresh. Okay, server is down. Just spin it up. So now if I should go to users, you can see the active is working fine based on our URL, which is great. But then we need to give it a border radius, yeah. Great. Okay, so yeah, this was it. Border radius, let's give it 5 pixels and see. Not bad. Not bad. Then I just noticed there is a shadow at the right here, of the side navbar. So let's add the shadow here for demarcation. Okay, yeah, so we need to go back to the side navigation bar, which was the vertical, yes. And we can give it a style here. So we can give it a style. Yeah, we need a height of 100. Yeah, that should be constant. Then we need, I think the background color is okay the way it is. We need a box shadow. Yeah, so box shadow. So how this work is, we would need about 3 to 4 parameters. So the first one is the x-axis, right? So let me use this to explain. This is the x-axis, right? So we need it at the right, which is positive here over here, and the left is negative, right? So if we give it a positive value, like let's say 2 pixels, we are going to have it at the right hand side, which is exactly like this. If we give it a negative, we should have it at the left hand side. Then the second one is the y-axis, right, which is the top and bottom. We don't want any shadow there, do we? So I'm just going to turn that 0. Then the third one is how thick the shadow is going to be, right? So let's give it 5 pixels. And finally, the last one is the color, right? So if I should give it red, let's see what would happen. Okay, so if I is down again. Oh well, reload and refresh. You can see, if we let's take it back. And but no, the color we want is the RGB. Check why that did not work. I want an RGBA of, yeah, this is exactly what I want. So let's refresh and see. Yes. So as you can see, we have the shadow. Right? Let's see if this admin is too big. So let's just give it an H6. Great. So we've successfully set up our side navigation bar, top navigation bar, and created all the pages. So the next thing we will do is to work on this so that the navigation bar can collapse and expand. Yeah. So basically what we want is that when we click on this icon, the sidebar hides or shows, right? So what we'll do is I'm going to be introducing us to what we call a callback. So it's basically response to clicking, right? And managing states in Dash is quite simple. So first of all, we'll give IDs to elements or components that are affected. This is going to be affected because this is what we're going to click. The side navbar is going to be affected too because this is what will be clicked as well. Will be affected to hide and see rather. Yeah. So going here, my horizontal sides important. Yeah, so I'm going to give this ID of let's give it navbar top go, and I'll give it n click of 0, right? So by default, it's when you click it keeps on increasing, right? That is the n click number of clicks, or whatever it's called. It keeps on increasing, and would use our calculation to know whether it should be opened or not, right? And the other one to be affected is going to be this column, which is this, right? So I can give it an ID, this medium 2, I can give it an ID of sidebar. Yeah, it's basically a sidebar, right? And then this is where it gets interesting. So I'm going to be doing some imports, about 2 or 3 imports. dash page container. Let's import input. Let's import output and callbacks. Yeah, callback. So we'll be writing the callbacks down in our home page, and as I'm writing, I'll be explaining what they do. Right. So first of all, we start with the at callback, and this is where the input and output will begin. Later on, we will talk on state, we'll talk on store and all that, but this is just a basic explanation of what we want. First of all, we want the input. What is the input? Input, yes. What is the input? The input is what we're inputting, which is the button, because once you click on the button, we want to get the end clicks, right? And it works with IDs, right? Callbacks work with IDs. Input is the IDs. And what are we getting from the input? End clicks, right? I'm not storing anything now. And we want the output, right? And it should be sidebar. What do I want from the sidebar? I want this title change, right? Don't want this autocomplete. Yeah. So again, we've taken the input, which the ID is the navbar, right? And then we've done the end clicks, which is this. By default, is going to be 0. And then the output is the side nav, which is the style we are going to be hiding or showing, right? And then finally, you have to create a function for it to work, right? So let's create a function, or that after your callback, you always create a function, and the function takes the parameter of the input and returns an output, right? So let's create a function toggle side nav. Yes. Again, n is your input, right? So when I keep on clicking this button, it's going to be increasing, right? And let's say return display none. Height by default is going to be 100. VH. Yeah. So now I want to print this n, right? So basically I just returned default style, so it's going to hide once I click. So let's go back, and I think our server is down. Yeah, we need to spin it up. Yeah. So okay, it's hidden by default. Let's see if I should click. You can see 0, 1. Okay, click again. 2, click again. 3, it increases. So we want it to be when the number is even. If it's an even number, set display to be block. If it's an odd number, set it to be none, right? So let's call it click equals to n, which is the number that is always increasing. %2 is going to give us a remainder, right? Basic Python, this is how to get for even and odd numbers, right? So if the remainder is 0, it's going to be even. By default, it's going to be even, and our our display is going to be block, right? So if click is equals to 0, return display of block, right? Let's print click so we can monitor it. Okay, let's print n, then click. Yeah. Else you can always do your if and else return displays equals to none. So let's see, and we can always interchange if that's not what we want. So by default, if I refresh, is block because it's 0, 0, right? Number of clicks is 0, and my the number of clicks here is 0, and my end percent too is 0. There's no reminder, right? So if I should click on this, it hides the side nav bar, right? And you can see it's an odd number, 1, 1. If I should click on it again, it's an even number, 2, 0, right? So one last thing before we can say what we have is perfect, right? It's hiding and showing our side navigation bar. But then again, we need to change the width of our side navigation bar. So when it displays our side navigation bar, by default it's 2, and then our main page is 10, right? That is talking about our MD over here and over here. But then again, when we hide our side navigation bar, we want the width to be 0, and that's of the sidebar, and the main container would be 12, which takes full width. Remember, the full width of a row is usually 12, right? So coming down here, I'm just going to give this an ID of main content. We already have the sidebar over here, right? And I would change the output of the sidebar. We need the MD, right? And just copy and paste in main content. We need the MD as well, right? So in our return is a tuple, right? We've already returned the first part, which is the style. Then we return the second part. When we are displaying, that is when we are displaying inside navigation bar, that is we need the default width, right? So which is going to be 2 and 10, right? Again, for the first if statement, we are getting the MD of the side nav, which is 2 by default, and then the main content is 10 by default, right? But then again, if we're hiding it, which is display is none, we need the side nav bar to be 0, right? And then we need the main content to take the full width of the screen, which is 12, right? So let's be sure our server is up and running. Coming to refresh, you might not refresh again. Okay, let me just stop my server and run it again. Okay, so let's refresh and see. Perfect. So sometimes your work might not be safe. You can just restart your server, right? So this is what we want. Apart from hiding and showing, we need to change the width of the screen, right? If we don't do this now, it will affect us later on. So I'm just going to run down everything we've done concerning side navigation bar. We've gotten our 3 outputs, which is what we want to change, right, in our callback. And then we already have our input, right? And then again, we are trying to calculate the module of the input, right? Because when you keep on clicking, the n clicks keep on increasing. It keeps on incrementing by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then again, if it's an even number, we want to display it. That's why we're checking the modulus of it, right? And if it's an odd number, we want to hide the side navigation bar, right? So this is what we have, and see you in the next part of the video. Everything is working properly. So all we need to do now is to start building our pages, right? The first thing we would need to do first is to download our data set, right? So we're using the Brazilian E-Commerce public data set by Olist. Yeah, this is the link which will be placed in the description, right? So all I need to do is to click on download data set, because we want to work with the raw data, and I've checked this data set is cleaned. I've tried to look for ways of cleaning, but there was none. The dataset is completely cleaned, right? So I just need to, I think I need everything maybe. Just need to copy it and yeah, in our data folder, right? You know, do like this. Yeah, so this is our data folder, and just need to move everything there. Okay, yeah, great. So let's go back, close this off. So let's go back to our code, right? These are there in our data folder. I just need to rename the files so it will be, you know, easy to maintain. Yeah, so the first one I will call this customers.csv. okay, then geolocation.csv. other items.csv, right? Other payments.csv, right? Then yeah, this other sellers.csv. So it should just be short and easy. Rename other reviews.csv. Yeah. Products.csv. Yeah. Other. And just rename this to others.csv. Okay, great. The translation, do we need this? Let's just leave it as it is for now. We might delete it later on. All right, great. So now we have our data sets, and yeah, everything is in the right place. We need right now to create we already have a helpers class, but I need a data loader class, right? It's going to help us load our data sets. So I'm going to call this data loader.py. The first thing we need to do is to know the data categories, right? We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 categories, right? So we can use an enum for it, you know, before creating our data class, right? So first of all, we import enum from enum import enum and auto, right? I would explain the use of the auto soon. We need our data category. Enum, right? We need customers assign it an auto. So what this auto means is that it gives it a default field, right? We're not interested in the value, we're interested in just the key, right? So, you know, I can as well come here and say customers. It makes sense either ways, but you know, we're not interested in the value, we're interested in just the key, so that we can use this key to get our data set. Okay, customers. Okay, let's do geolocation. Geolocation auto, other items auto, other payments, auto, other reviews, auto, okay, other reviews auto. We have others already. Products, categories, okay, category. Let me just go with translation. Okay, products, sellers. Good. So let me just arrange it according to what we have in our data set. Products is second to sellers. This doesn't matter, but I just love a well arranged work. Others is here. Okay. Geolocation, other items, payments, reviews, others, others. Okay, great. So now we can create our data class. Data loader. Again, I don't need initialization. Do we? Okay, yeah, we can initialize the data category. Then just the data category, which is this. We don't need the data type. We can always get the data part, right? We can always get it here in the class, right? So just in data category. Yeah, great. Okay, great. So this is our class called data loader. This is our initialization to initialize the data category we need, right? Then we have to assign it to our initialization, right? Save the data category equals to data category, which is this. Then we have the load data, right? So what we can do here is we don't need. Okay, let me delete this code. So now, right? Okay, great. So let's start with the customers, right? If self.data category is equals to data category dot customers, right? I want to load our data frame. I don't want to create multiple methods, so we just return pd.read csv. Oh, first of all, let's import pandas. Import pandas as pd, right? pd.read csv. Where are we reading it from? Data / customers csv, right? That's if it's customers. If it's geolocation, yeah, this is the geolocation. Return geolocation.csv, right? Okay, great. As if other items, yeah, other items.csv. If it's other payments, we are returning other payments.csv. Great. If it's other reviews, yep, we are returning other reviews.csv. Yeah. If it's data category.others, we are returning others. Yeah, great. Yes, great. Products, and we're returning product.csv. And this is just auto-complete, right? Doing it for us, and we have to monitor it to be sure it's doing what we want it to be done. Using what we want to get done, right? Again, we are not interested in the value, just the keys, right? But then again, if maybe you need the value, you can put dot value. Maybe you've assigned something meaningful to it, but right now it gives a default value that starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but we're not interested in the value, so I'm taking that off. Great. So we've successfully created our data loader class, right? And let's go back to our home page, which is on the pages dashboard. Yeah. Great. Yeah, this is great. So to test if it works, we can as well just come here and do something, right? So let's say customers is equals to data loader. We need to import it. Come on. What's going on? Yeah. Great. Then we also need the data category. Yeah. And yeah. So data category is equals to data category dot customers. Right. Then we need to call the load data function method rather. Yeah. So let's print our customers out to see if it works. So basically I will explain again. Customers, our variable is equals to data loader, which is our data class we created, right? And to initialize the class, we have a data loader attribute, right, which is equals to the data loader dot whatever category we want. We want just the customers, initialize it that way and call the load data, right? So print the customers or head, which will give us top 5 of customers, right? So let's run it and see. From config.data, is it config.data? Module name config. Oh, we need to run it from the app.py. Yeah, my bad. So just wait for it to run. Yeah. Oh, great. So let's go back. We can close this. Let's close this. Yeah, as you can see, we have the customers loaded, right? Let's go back again and see. Let's say we want to load the geolocation, right? Let's run it again. No, not here. I want the app.py. Yeah. So as you can see, geolocation is loaded, right? So we've successfully been able to create our data loading class. And now let's design our page, right? So let's start designing with Dash Bootstrap Components. And yeah, so we need to design this and this. So let's go. All right, so we can start designing. Just going to give this a children equals to a list, right? And we need to import HTML, yeah. So yeah, so we can start HTML dot let's use h5, right? Dashboard. Okay, then let's give it a paragraph, html.p. Just copy this. Okay, so let's run it back again and see. Just going to refresh our page. We need a padding at margin at the top, right? So can give it a padding, right? So after the children, give it a class name of let's give it py4, right? We want the y-axis to have a padding. So as you can see, it's there. And the next thing is to use our cards over here, right? So you can go to the official documentation to see more advanced things on cards, right? You can use cards for a lot of things, most especially if you're having a blog and building a blog, right? You have the image, you have the title or short descriptions, right? So you can, check the official documentation for how far you can go with cards, right? But here, this is what we need it for, right? And there are 4, so we'll be using our row, right? So I'm just going to come here and say dbc.row, right? Then children, we have 4 columns, right? So dbc.col, right? 1 2 3 3 and 4, right? Over here we need the card, so dbc dot card, right? Then we need the card body, dbc dot card body, right? So opening and closing tags, column, card body. Always remember to close your brackets when opened, right? So now in our card body, so in our div, let's see, okay, so we can just so basically what we need is, we have the items here, then icons at the extreme right, so we can use flexbox for this. Remember, we use row and column majorly to align layouts, right? But for inner elements it's better to use flexbox, right? So this is one element, how my mouse is, this is another element, right? So I'm going to be putting them together in a div, right? So we can come here and say children equals to, and first one is going to be a div. Should we do that? Okay, so html.div, right? And okay, and then we can as well just take these children out, right? We use children only and doing multiple elements, but just one div with the flexbox is fine. So I can come and say html.div, right? Then inside this div we need the first element and the icon. So either you use children equals to, or you just use the list, right? I prefer using the children. It's just explaining that it's taking multiple elements, and again, it's your choice of preference. Some people will feel children is extra text, right? So first we need the div, html.div, right? And then we need the icons, so html.i, right? And class name, is, what is our bootstrap icon, bi people fill, right? Okay, great. So now over here, our first div, we can come again and give it children for consistency, since there is children already, right? Let's see, html dot, let's use h6 total users, right? Let's give it, okay, class name, text metered, don't want it to be too bold, right? Next one is the numbers, right? So html.h3, yeah, I can give it 1 2 3 4, And yeah, you can give the dark class name is text dark. Yes, right. And then the last one is all-time users. Okay, so html.pan all-time users, and let's give it a class name of text success. So let's run it and see what we have. Okay, so yeah, this is what we have. We have the card, we have the total users, we have the numbers and everything, but this icon is supposed to be at the extreme right, just the way it is here. So what we'll do now is to start implementing our flexbox, right? Remember, we have a parent divider, parent element, right, to house these two items, which is the icon and the other div to contain others. So now I want to separate them to be side by side. So our parent div would need to give it a class name, right? Class name and the flex first. That should push it. Good. So as you can see, from what it was under, it is now at the they're now side by side, right? The icon and the other div. Now the next thing we need to do is to give it, we want it to be space between, right? So we'll come here and say justify content between. Okay, let's see. Yeah, as you can see, it's at the right. I kind of prefer it at the right than at the middle though. But if we want it to be at the middle, then we can align items. So let's see, align items center, right? Yeah. What do you think? I think at the top is better than this. Well, we're supposed to do something similar, but we can tweak the design a little bit to make sure we have a better case. Yeah, I think I prefer it here. So if you want it that way, you can put it. And mind you, these numbers are going to be from our data set, but for now we just hard code it, right? Yeah, so that is it. But for consistency, I think we can break this card down to a function and reuse it, right, instead of repeating. Just want to check other pages if they have. Okay, so other pages have similar use case, right? So yeah, they all have similar use case. So what we can do is we can create a function to reuse. So I'm just going to, we have helpers, data loader. Okay, we have our constants, which we're not using yet. We have our color class. Okay, so I'm just going to create a class called components.py, right? Or we can call it widgets or elements, but basically we're going to be having reusable components here. And most especially the first one is this card. So let's create a function and call it what should we call it? Should we call it card widget or metrics? Let's call it card metrics, right? And we'll return what we just copied. But then we need to clean up, right? We need to clean up. So we copied these elements from the card. That's just what we need, right? So we need to import dbc, import Dash Bootstrap Components as dbc and HTML, right? So right now, what do we need? So we need the title, right? we need the, oh yeah, this does it for us. We need the title, which I can, replace here. The value, sorry, correct, which I can replace here. The description, which I can replace here, and the icon class, which I can replace here. Right. Yes, so coming back here to our, here, so we can just paste it here and import. So after importing from config.component, import card metrics. Yeah, great. So first one was total users. Oh well. Okay, great. So the first one is total users, which is this. Yeah. Second one is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is this. The description is all-time users, and the icons is this, right? So we can, take these off. And again, let's run and see what we have. All right, so let's refresh, and we still have the same thing, but now we need to do it 4 times, right? So sorry, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so as you can see, we already have the card. Right. So now the next thing is total orders. All right, total orders, total sellers, and total payments, right? All-time payments, all-time sellers, all-time orders. Yeah, so now we need to change the icons next, right? Okay, so for the orders we can use gift, right? bi gift. For the sellers we can use bi shop. Then for the payments we can use bank. Again, you can check Bootstrap icons to try which one is best for your case, right? So we can always go back to the home page. There should be somewhere about icons. Yeah, icons, and the Bootstrap icons. Again, there are different icons for you to use, right? So let's see what we have. We can play around a little bit and make it bigger. So yeah, we can play around a little bit and make it bigger. So in our card metrics, our icon class, okay, we can we can do something like, we can increase the size, fs to, okay, too big. Often bigger. Let's give it 4. What else can we do? We can give it a primary color, right? Text primary. Not bad. So let's do it for the others. Let's see. Yeah, no, I just need the Yeah, so FS4 and text primary classes added. So let's see. Not bad, not bad, not bad. What we need to do now is to start putting our data from our data frame down to our user interface, right? We have the customers, orders, sellers, and payments. Before that, we can load our data set and just visually observe it, right? Let me expand the columns. So yeah, so this is our customers data set. No name to link to the need to do is to load the data set and have the total values, right? So we already have customers, and let's do for orders. Let's call it customers data frame, orders data frame. We need the orders, yeah, right? What's next? Sellers data frame. Yeah, we need for the sellers, and payments. Nope, is it payments? Yeah, other payments. Great. So we can just use the len to get the total, right? So we're going to turn this to an string. Oh no, we need the length. Yeah. Okay, so let's run it and see. Oh yeah, so it's starting to come out. We need to add comma to this, so come here and yeah, add comma. No. Is it this? Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's refresh here. As you can see, we have over 1 million users. All right, so for the orders, I'm gonna come here again, string len orders df, sellers. Oh no, okay, same thing for the sellers and payment, right? So let's refresh, and you can see everything is payment. Oh yeah, I was wondering. Okay, so yeah, so let's refresh, and yeah, everything is well loaded, right? We have our total orders, total sellers, payments, and orders here. So the next thing we need to do is our location, right? All right, so the next thing we will do is our customer's location, right? So we want to know where our customers are, and we have the geolocation data sets, and they have the CSV. Okay, so we have, so what links them together can be the zip code. All right, so this is where we are, and what we need to do next is to plot the customer location plot. And as you can see, you have a map and locations of where our customers are, right? And then we have their different color codes. So basically, let's say we want to see people from here, just double tap and then you see where they are, right? Let me take it back again. So let's say we just want this empty, we can see where they are scattered in the map, right? And then if we look to our data set, we have our customers.csv, right? And then we have the geolocation that gives us basically all information we need: the longitude, the latitude, the city, the state, and all that, right? So we need to merge these two data sets together in order to plot our map, right? The first thing we'll be doing is to load our geo data frame. I'm going to call it geodf is equals to data loader geolocation.load data, right? And then we need to group our geolocation, right? So using the pandas again, the geodf.group by, what are we grouping it by? Let's go back to our data set. Yeah, so we can group it by the zip code prefix, right? So basically they have different zip code, and we want to group everything together, so all of them just have unique zip codes, right? So let me copy it. Okay. Okay, right. Then we are taking just the first, right? Then we would reset the index. Good. So basically we group everything by the geolocation prefix, and then if there's repetition, like different if there's a repetition of the geolocation zip code prefix, we'll take just the first one, right? And then the next thing we'll do is to merge. So I'm going to call this one customers geo is equals to customers data frame, which is this dot merge. So we're going to merge it with the geo group, right? And then when you merge two data frame, it means they combine together as one, which is what we want to do, so that we can have our customers and then our geolocation merged as one data frame, right? And then how are we merging? We're going to be merging on the left. So so from the how, it basically tells us how we want to handle the merge, right? And then in pandas, if you want to merge two data sets, they have to be a common column between them, right? So in our case, we have the customer zip code prefix, and then we have the geolocation zip code prefix, right? These two are common. So when we try to merge, it comes down to these two columns and look for a common geolocation, a common zip code between them, and then it merges the whole data, right? So for instance, if we have a geolocation that has this zip code 14409, it merges the whole column together, the state, the city, zip code, customer, merges everything together with this, right? So that is how it's the merge works. But then again, you can control how we handle it using the how method. So if I should go for left, it means keep the whole left is basically the customer data frame, right? Then right is the whatever we're merging to it, which is this. So left is the first one, right is the second one, right? So if we should choose left in the how, it means that we want the whole customer data frame, right? And then if we want the whole customer data frame merged, right? So while merging, we want the whole data from our customer data frame, which is what actually we need, right? And then if there is a column, if there is a zip code that is not common, make it NaN, but keep the whole left, which in our case is the customer data frame, right? Now if we should change it to right, it means keep the whole right. What is our right? Our geodata frame. It means keep the whole right, merge everything. If there is a zip code that is not common between both of them, make it NAN, but keep the whole right, which is our zip code. Then we have inner and outer. So this thing is similar to join in SQL, right? So if we should take it to inner, so basically if we should use inner, it means just merge data frames, just merge data frame whereby the data exists in both tables, right? So if we are merging both of them, this value has to exist here. If there's any other thing, delete it, we don't need it. That's what inner does. And then outer, what outer does is the opposite. So outer basically merges both of them together, whether they have a common data set or not, right? But in our case, we need left because we want to keep the customer data frame. And then the next thing we need is our left on and right on, right? So if I say left on, yeah, that is customer zip code prefix. Right on, sorry, yeah, so left on is our customer zip code prefix, then right on is our geolocation zip code prefix. So basically, like I said earlier, left is the first data frame you're trying to merge, then right is the second one. Then in our left we had the customer zip code prefix, which is over here, right? And then our geolocation, in our right we have the geolocation zip code prefix. All right, so now we have a merged data set or a data frame. Then the next thing will be to plot our graph. All right, so coming down here, I'm going to use a dbc.row, and before that we need a scattered plot, right? Okay, I've already imported plotly express because that's what we'll be using to plot our location map, right? So dbc.column, we've already done rows and column earlier. What do we need? Our children. Okay, so md is equals to 12, right? We want the whole width. Then let's go with the children. So what do we want in our children? dbc.graph, right? And then what is the figure? px, we want the plotly express dot scatter we want to use the scatter map box, right? And then what do we need? The customer's geo, right? Then for the scattered map box, we need the latitude and the longitude, right? And we've merged both of them together, so we have the geolocation lat and geolocation long, right? Because they've been merged together, right? And let's see the hover name, customer ID. Okay, so if it was the name or email, it would have been okay. Then zoom cost of 3. So there are lots of methods you can try and see, right? And what else again? Let's give the height of 700 instead. Color geolocation state. So this is like the legend, something like that. Title, customer distribution, customer distribution across Brazil. Then we have the map box style. Let's use the open straight. Yeah. So let's make sure our server is running. Okay. Dot graph. Oh, it's DCC, not DBC. Sorry. DCC dot graph. Okay. So yeah, server is up. So basically, I made a mistake. It's dcc.graph. So we've imported dcc here, and then we've imported Plotly Express. So let's check our browser to see if it works. This is it. Refresh, and voila, we've gotten it. So if I should double tap this, it shows me people from Brazil. If I should double tap just this state, shows me I'm not from Brazil, so these are just abbreviations. I don't know what they mean. ROJ, double tap it, shows me those just from ROJ, right? So next is going to be our users page, right? Which is this. Yeah. So before doing anything, let's load our data set, right? So we need to load our customers. Customers df is equals to let me import. Okay, good. So customers data frame, we load our customers, then we need our state options. Let's use our sorted because we want it to be in academical order, right? And then if we should run our customers, okay, so let's delete it and print customers df dot head so that we can see. Let's run it. Okay, as you can see, we have our customer ID, customer unique, we have the prefix, the zip code prefix, and then we have the customer city and customer state, right? So in our options, we need the state and the city, right? So that is what we're doing. So let's take it back. State options is equals to sorted customers data frame. We need the customer state, right? Dot unique. We need the unique values there. We do not want repetitions, right? And then our city options. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do the same thing for our city, right? So let's print our state options to be sure. Let's run it again. Oh yeah, so as you can see, we have our states, and then let's print our city. Close it and run it again. Great. So I have both our state and our city here, right? So these are just data sets we need, right? So I'm going to clear this, run it again so I can take it off. Good. So now right now let's start designing. So first of all, we need a row and then 2 columns, right? So a row to take everything here, and then 2 columns for the state and city, and their MD can be 3. Yeah. So dbc.row, we already have dbc installed. Children, dbc.core, right? nd is equals to 3, right? And let's do the first option. So for this, we'll be using the dcc.dropdown, right? dcc.dropdown. Let's import dcc here, right? Mod c is equals to true. id is equals to state filter. Options is equals to state options. Sorry, yeah, I need to take that off and put it here. Yeah, that was why I was having error. Okay, so this should be 1 equal to. Okay, so this has been rectified. The MD should have been ordered under the dcc.dropdown, right? Then what am I doing? So placeholder, select state, what else? Yeah, clearable, true, so we can clear it by default. Okay, so I think this is good. So let me check that my server is running, and let's refresh. Okay, yeah, as you can see, it works fine. So let's do for the city, right? So this is the first column. Yeah, so we need another column, dbc.core. Again, we'll use the dcc.dropdown. I can just use the autocomplete. City filter, city options, place order, select city, clearable, true. Right, so let's refresh, and as you can see, voila, it works. But we need some space at the top. I can as well come here and use the html.break tag. So HTML, yeah, I need to import HTML. So we can give it padding, margin, size down. Okay, great. Can give it padding, you can give it margin. So let me take one off and let's see. Okay, yeah, this is nice. Okay, yeah, so we have our select city and select state, and the next thing we will need to do is our active users, right? So let's design our card for that. So that will be our second row, right? html.row, sorry, my bad, dbc.row. So we can call this filter. So that we are able to demarcate our code and to be easy to maintain. Okay, so call this filter, then int filter. So right now we need the over here we need the cards, right? So yeah, so this is dbc.row and children. Okay, so we need 2 columns, dbc.core. Okay, and so what do we need for this? We need the dbc.card body. We can go to the official documentation So let's see. So this is the kind of cards we need, right? So yeah, so I can basically copy this. Yeah, so basically these are the cards, right? So if you should want anything, you can come here, copy, right? But this is the exact design we want, right? So while designing, we'll be going through the docs so that if there is any change or anything, you know how to code and check the official documentation by yourself, right? So let's go down to coding. dbc.card body. Oh, sorry, we need the card first. Yes, we need the card. Then we need the body. Card body. Okay. Then we have our list of children, or we can come and say children is equals to the list, right? html.div. I want a div here, right? So let's go back to the look again. So we want 3 items horizontally and just 3 items vertically and 2 horizontally, right? What we can do is so what we can do is we can use a flex box for this, right? So let's say I have 2 divs, right? One is on the left side and the other is on the right hand side, right? So this total users, the numbers, and the all-time users are in the left hand side, and then these icons on the right hand side. So we can use HTML for this and then use a flex box to separate them together, right? So this is the parent element. Then I would have one div, another icon, right? So children is a list, and then you can say html.div, and I can just say left, and then html.I. So this is the icon, and then let's use our class name bi people fill. Font size is, let's use 1, and text primary. Right, so we have this too. Let's turn on our server and go back. Right, now let's refresh. We have these two, right? But we need to, okay, let me have an MD6 over here for the column. Good. Okay, great. And I can have a html.br to give that space. Okay, perfect. Yeah, instead of a br, we can give it a bottom margin. So class name, that's for the first row. So for the first row, which is this, you can give it a class name. Remember, the class name is after the list of the children, right? A margin bottom 4. Let's, okay, server is still running. Come here to refresh, and you can see, right? We could have even give it a margin top of 4 instead of this BRO tag, right? Can give it a margin of 4, You can give margin top. Okay, so MB is margin bottom, for margin MT is margin top, and then the number, which is 4. So let's change it to 2 and see. Let's give it 3. 3 should be okay. Yeah, 3 is not bad. All right, so back to this. Now we have our 6. So then in the parent div, which is this, we can use flexbox. So class name, display flex, this is the first thing. Then we use justify content between underline item center. So what this does is that it's okay. Server is down. Take it off. Yeah, so what this does is that display flex, it changes everything to be horizontal items. Then justify content between, the content between them is going to be separated, and align item center, they are going to be at the middle, right? So we're almost there. And so right now we can start typing what we want to type. Instead of left, take it as total users. Then let's give it a class name of let's use text method. I don't want to get a very dark text. You know what, instead of div we can use h6 tag. Right, so when it comes to the header 1, header 2 to h6, when it comes to the header tag, they are h1 to h6, right? So I'm just going to give a very short example. 6 5 4. Okay, let's remove the text method from there. So basically they are headers tag, and they are used for things where you want emphasis, or where you want a big font size. 0 2 1 5 4 0 2 1. You can temporarily take this off. Okay, so let's still on it. So let's, yeah, so as you can see from total users, yeah. So h6 is the smallest, and then h1 is the biggest, right? So you can decide to use whatever you want, and I will be deleting them. Okay, good. So the next thing we need is html.header3 tag, and let's give it 99441. What else? Missing? What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing a comma here. Then let's give it a class name of text dark, and we need an ID here of total users. Okay, I see the total users KPI. So basically, in order to manage state in Dash, you work with IDs, right? So we need an ID here, and in order for our callback to be functional, we need an ID. Okay, then we have something here, html.span all time users. Okay, class name is text success. All right, comma, good. So let's refresh our page, and let's be sure our server is running again. Okay, this is not what we want, so let's we want it left and right. So our flex box is in our parent div, right? So all we need to do basically is to create another parent div over here and put these 3 items inside. Okay, so html.div children. Okay, I'm gonna put a comma here. Children, this, paste this here. Okay. Okay, so this is our row, and okay, so we have our div. So basically we want everything here to be at the left and everything to be at the right, the icons to be at the right, and then we have our class name, and which is in our parent div. So let's refresh and see. Voila, it worked. Okay, so we need something for the active users also, so I'm just going to be copying and pasting all we have here because it's basically the same thing, right? I can call this first card and then second card. Great, so I'm going to copy this and then take this. Okay, so let's refresh and see. Voila. So what do we have? Active users and user active. Okay, okay, so right now we need to change the ID also, so let's call it active users KPI. Okay, great. So right now our select option is working. Select everything. We have our cards in place, and what we need right now is the our plot, right? So let's see. Okay, so we can, this again is another row, and then these two are separate columns, and we can have one on the left as 9 and the other at 3. So remember, the highest you can have is 12, right? So you just have to keep on doing the math to know how big or how small you want the column to be, right? So coming down here, you can see end cards. This is our row, so I can see end cards, and so we want something next, which is the, what should we call this, growth or plots. So let's call it plots. Again, come here, dbc.row, children, dbc.column, and is equals to 9. Children is a list, right? dbc.card, again dbc.card body, children. So we have the h6, let's use h6 tag, user growth over time, and we have okay, so the next thing we'll use for this is the radio group, right? And then we head over to the official documentation. This is something similar to what we want, right? So I will go ahead to copy this. So yeah, this is what we need over here, and I'll paste it here. right? So if you are going ahead, okay, server is running. Let's refresh. Okay, not bad. Then again, this div we need to style it. This is 9. That's 3. Okay, so can give it yes. So again, it's the parent div we're styling, right? So class name d flex, to give it space left and right. Justify content between align items center. It should give us space in between there, right? And then we want this row, right? We want to give it a margin top, class name empty 4. Okay, save as done. Good, empty 4. Okay, so what's next? Now it's to fix our options, right? So this is 7D, 7D, 30D, 30D, and 90D. Okay, 90D, which stands for days, right? And these are primary, these are secondary rather, and these are primary. I think we can leave it as primary. I mean the active colors, right? So we've been able to adjust our user growth over time, right? So the next thing we need to do is our plots. So we'll come here. This is first div, right? So coming down here, and again we can give it comments just to radio items, just to make our code neat, right? Then what we need here is the out callback. Open your bracket and close it. We first of all start with the output component, right? And then the input component. So right now we have 3 things that we want to update. We have the users, the total users, we have the active users, and then we have the graph, right? So we'll start with the first thing we need. So then we'll come with the output, start with the ID. What is the ID I need for my KPI? So yeah, total users KPI, right? And then what is the property? So how it works is the component ID first, and then the component property, right? If you set allow duplicate to true, it would update duplicate IDs or whatever. Yeah, so now we've gotten the component ID, and now what property do we want to update? We want to update the children, right? Then again we have another output. Now the output is for the active users, right? This number itself, what was the ID, active users KPI, and then you can as well begin to delete these numbers, right? Yeah, you can begin to delete these numbers. So there was active users KPI, right? So we've targeted the 2 output we want to update, right? So the next thing now is our input. So again, after targeting your output, you get your input. So what do we need in our inputs? Our ID, which is the state filter and city filter, right? So first of all, give the output. Again, it's the same thing, the component ID and then the component property. And the input, the value of an input is always, sorry, the what we get from our input is always the value, right? From the drop down is the value we want. Okay, good. City filter and state filter. So then finally we create our function to handle the update, right? So let's call it update dashboard. It takes parameters from the input. So remember, whatever we select from the input, right, is going to be passed down to this function, and then we return whatever we want to the output. Okay, we've gotten our output here with the ID and the property, which is what we want to update, right? The children, which is the values of the KPIs, the cards, right? And now we have the input, which is the select function, the select this, right, the state and the city. So whatever is selected here is going to be passed down to the function, right? So if we should have another button, maybe we want it to be part of the input, we come here again, add the inputs here and then add the parameter for it, right? Again, it's from top to bottom, so the inputs represent this and this represent this, right? So I can call it whatever I want, right? So now let's print our state filter and print our city filter, and we should return a tuple, right? Let's say 500, 400 and 300. So let's refresh. I think our server should be down. So we're returning just this 2 because in our output we declared that we're returning 2, right? So as you can see, if you refresh, we'll see 500, we see 400 and 300. So if I should click on state, let's say our printed statement. Do we have any other print? Let's see. Yeah, so there's just this 2. So let's put these 2, separate them. Okay, so let's refresh again. By default they are both going to be none, right? So if I should select AM, which is from my state, you should see AM, which is my state, and then you should see none for the city because nothing has been selected from the city. And if I should click on Albania, you can see Albaria, sorry. As you can see, AM and Albaria are selected, right? So whatever we select from this state and city, we're going to filter our data set and then update the active and the total users, and then we go next for the plots and tables, right? So as you can see, it's an empty list because we just cleared the list, right? Okay, great. So what we need right now is, so I can take this off. I want to data frame, so let's say customer df copy. I want to copy the customer data frame because whatever we're going to do is going to affect the data frame, right? So if state filter, we're going to customer df copy is equals to customer df copy. So I want to filter the state, right? Yeah. Good. So we put this and use the is in, right? So if it's in the list, we'll filter it, and then we'll do same for the city, right? If selected, sorry, if city filter, okay, same thing. Okay. Yes, this and this. Okay. So total customers, just the length of the customer data frame. And so let's update the total customers first and see. So if I should refresh, as you can see, we have the 99,000 customers. If I should select, see, it automatically updates, right? It keeps on updating, so nobody from this and this, right? But instead I want this number to be formatted with comma. So what we can do, we can use the f string here. Okay, use the f string, then comma. Yeah. Okay, so let's be sure our server is running. Okay, so if I should refresh again, you can see the comma has been implemented, right? So this is how to manage state and update data in your dashboards with Dash, right? Using the output, you target what you want. In our case, we targeted both of these, and then using the input, you use this, the state filter, and we got the city filter, and we got the values from the ID, right? We will always use the ID to update or get values. Then coming down here, we got the state and the city. We use the if statement because it can be none, right? Then we filter. That's basically it, right? So all right, so to get the active customers, we can say whichever customers that have postcode that is not NA, right? So let's filter with our pandas again. Active customers is equals to customer, now bracket. Don't know why. Jeez. I like giving enough space. So we want the postcode, right? Okay. Dot not NA. Right. Then we want the length also. So let's see our active customers. Okay, run it, and so let's refresh and see. Okay, we have 99,441. So basically all of them have postcode, but this is a nice metric to use. And of course we want the f string, active customers display or formatted. Yeah, so then we can return this, confirm code is working. Okay, it's compiled, and then we have active users and all-time users, right? So I can as well take this off. So right now we've been able to update states, using our IDs, right? So the next thing we will do is our plots. All right, so it's time to update our plots, right? And coming from this, it's by the customers by state, right? This is basically what we are updating, the customers by state, right? And then we have the highest, which is SP and whatever. So coming down here, we need to prepare our data frame. So customers state df. So this is our customer data frame copy. I don't want to group. Instead, I want to get the customer state. So from our columns earlier, we have the customer state. Yeah, customer state dot value counts. Right, then again I want to reset the index. Great. So yeah, so basically we have the total number of customers. That's what the value counts give us. Then we can change the columns to state and count. So let's print the head of this and check our console. Play, run it again. Okay, so let's refresh, and yeah, you can see state and the count, right? If we should remove this, it's just going to give it a default column, customer state and counts. Not bad. I think we should leave it this way, right? So this is our data frame, right? And we need, in order to plot the to return fresh, yeah, in order to return the plots again, we need the ID of the output, right? So I'm going to come down here, copy, paste. Okay, this is the ID, customer state graph, right? Copy and paste, and we want to change the figure, right? So I'm going to import Plotly Express. So that's what we're going to use, just like we imported here. So from plotly.express import px and take this away. I know it's customer state. Okay, so figure, which is what I want to update, px.bar. What is our data frame? Customer state df. And what is our x? Customer state df dot columns 0. I want the first column. And what is our y? This is our y-axis, which is the count. So remember, the first column was the state, right? That's our x-axis, and yeah, the x-axis, and then the y-axis is the count, right? And so we can give it title, customer by state. Then there are different things you can. Plotly Express is actually very rich, so you have lots of options. So on your free time you can try it out and see, but right now this is what I'm interested in. We can give it labels. So x count, right? Y is number of customers. Great. So let's finally return our figure. Run, and let's refresh. Great. So we've updated our plots, right? So let's refresh. Let's see. Okay, so let's try and see if we can change our customer state. Okay, after run it. Great. So yeah, you can change the labels. So I can, my y-axis is count, so I can change this to count. Yeah. Or total count, right? So you can update your labels, right? As you can see. So if you don't like the default, so basically if I should take my labels out, it gives me a default which we do not like. You can't be showing stakeholders underscore. You have to give them something important, and then you can update it with this, right? I also think with Plotly Express, instead of using the columns directly, let's try and use the name of the column instead. So our x was customer underscore state, our x-axis, right? Let's try, yeah, customer underscore state. So let's see if we can replace it with the name of the column. Let's see if it will work. Oh, it works. And then our y-axis is the count, right? So instead of using the columns, you can use instead of using the index of the columns, you can use the columns directly, right? So if you are not sure, we can basically come here and print the head, right? Or you can have it in your Jupyter notebook, manipulate the data. As you can see, we have customer state, which is our x-axis, what we want, and then we'll have the count, right? So let's refresh. We still have it there, right? And the essence of having the display mode bar set to true is so that we can do a lot of things. For instance, I can download this plot, right? You can zoom in, zoom out, whatever you want to do, right? So we've been able to achieve this, and again, you can filter by the user growth over time, but we do not have the metrics here to filter with, because there's no date in our data set, so we can as well delete it. So finally, the last thing we need to do is the users by state, right? Yeah, the users by state. So what we would use, we'll use the AG grid, Dash AG grid. So it's a library for tables. Yeah, it's a library for tables, and basically it has lots of data. It has lots of features. We can manipulate data, we can filter, we don't need to manually do a lot of things by ourselves. Dash AG grid does everything for us, right? So we already have it installed. If you don't have it installed, use the pip install, right? Yeah, Dash AG grid. So let's go back. So let's go back. I'm going to be importing it. Import Dash AG grid as DAG, right? Then the next thing is to set up our column. This was the first card, which was the first row. Okay, so this is, I can take this off now. So right after the first column, we need to set up another column after the MD9, right? dbc dot call MD is equals to 3. Remember, the maximum has to be 12, right? Yeah, it has to be 3. And then we would use the dash AG grid, right? So let's give it an ID. Okay, no, we need let's see. Yeah, so let's give it children rather. Right. So users by state. Okay, so in the card dbc.card, then we need the card body too. There's autocorrect sometimes can be a pain in autocomplete. Yeah, so we have the dbc.card, we have the dbc.card body, and we want to give the children this, right? So let's give it h6 html.h6 users by state, right? dag.aggrade. Okay, so id is users by state grid, not bad. With some options, we need the columns definitions, but let's leave this first and let's just give it the default column def, which is a dictionary, resizable, yep, it's true. We don't want it to be sortable, it's not a number, flex is 1. Okay, yeah, I think this is the basics you can give. So now let's copy our id, and we need one more output, right? So coming down here, output, this is the id, and what we want to change is the raw data. What are you doing? Okay, good, great. So yeah, it's the raw data we want to change, which is, basically the tables, right? So finally, come down here, raw data is equals to the data frame, which is this dot to dict record. So basically we are converting it to dictionary, and then we can return it. So let's run it, and let's see. Hopefully no issues. Coming back here, let me print our data first so that we know how it's like, right? So let's refresh customer state and count, right? So coming down here, we need our column definitions. Yeah, I think it's column definitions to sort the columns we want, right? So it's a list of a dictionary, and the first is the header name. That's the header name, we can call it state, right? Then we have the field, which is what's in the dictionary, which is customer state, right? Then we can use the autocomplete for the second one. Okay, count. Yeah, so the column definitions, let's see. trying to see. Okay. Yeah, so the column definitions is basically how we want our column to be. So let's run it, and I think we can take this away and refresh. So let's see. Yeah, you can see the state and the total count, right? So when using AG grid, you need your column definition, and you need your column definitions, right? Then over here we can, decide to do whatever we want. So I can decide that our total count can be sortable, right? Okay, so let's refresh. See, you can sort it from highest to lowest, right? Which, normally doing it on your own will be difficult, but then the package has done it for you. We can make this filterable, just filter through. So there are lots of things that, the AG grid is really very powerful, right? So I can sort this also, then I can filter. Yeah, I can filter. So let's say ROS, right? Yeah, so basically this is it. So we can filter over here. Everything is working perfectly fine, right? So the CT, whatever we have in the plot, it's what we have in the table, right? So basically this is how you can build interactive dashboards, manage, update data with Dash, right? So everything is working perfectly. We can export our data, our plots. We can filter. So the next thing we'll be working on is the products page. All right, so we are in the products page, and yeah, this is what we'll be designing next. We are in the products page, and this is what we'll be designing. We have the total products cards, total categories, total quantity. Then we have the products table. Again, we'll be using Dash AG grid for our table. These are our table titles. As you can see, you can drag and expand, right? So let's go to our own tab and let's start designing. All right. Yeah, so this is the products page, and let's see. So we'll need to give a row for this, and then 3 columns for the cards, right? So going to start here with dbc.row, right? And then we have 3 columns, dbc.col. So let's do the first one, right? And we can, since they are 4 and the total is 12, it's right to give it MD4. Since there are 3 cards, and then our maximum width or MD we can have is 12, so we can give it 4 so that it fits perfectly, right? Then let's give our children property. We want a card, dbc.card, and dbc.card body. Okay, we can just open the list directly again, or we can give it a children equals to. It always works, right? Let's take this off. Good. Okay, so we're going to give it a div html.div. We have not imported HTML. Okay, html.div, a list, and what do we have? Total products. Okay, so then again, our flexbox, we come in handy. We want a parent div, which is this, and then we want a div that will house just the total product, the numbers, and the on-time product, and then want the account at the other hand, right? And then this is what we will do. html.div, then on the other hand html.i, right? So what icon are we using? Bootstrap icon. Let's use the file, yeah, bi.file. Font size is 1 and text primary. Then for the divs, total products, 6 total products, yeah. Let's take this out. So we have the total products, we have the numbers, html dot, let's use h3 for consistency. Let me give it 0 first. Class name is text dark. Then finally, I think we can take about to eliminate this. Okay, html dot span, class name is text success, yeah, and all-time products. So I'm assuming my server is down and I'll have to run it again. Okay, so let's refresh and see. All right, so we have this icon, but then again we need the flex box to work, right? So what we would be doing then in the parent div, that is where the flex box always come. Okay, so this is the parent div that is housing these two elements, right? So I'm going to give a comma, class name, dflex. Okay, this is all we need. Okay, great. Dflex, justify content between, and align item center. So I'm going to run it again. Let's refresh, and as you can see, everything is how we need it. And again, we can give this our column a padding top, right? So class name, margin top T, after the row we need to give it a children, right? So basically if you are using just one element in your row or column, it's fine to put the elements like that, but if you are using multiple elements, you need to put them in a children list. So I'm going to cut this children list, right, comma, then paste it here. Okay, then we can go ahead to duplicate. Okay, so let's be sure server is on and refresh. Good. So I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. So right now we can start filling the text. So we have in the second one total categories and all categories. Total categories. Then all categories. The icon is BI list. And finally, we have the total quantity. And supposed to be all-time quantities. And then the icon will be handbag. All right, so let's refresh. Still loading. Great. Well, they have different colors, but now looking at it for consistency, I think this will be nice. So the next thing we need to do is to put in the right data. Okay, so let's put in the right data. So we need to load our data set, right? Let's go back and copy this, just replace. Okay, so I'm going to call this product data frame. Import this from config.data loader, import data loader, which already we've worked on. Import this as well, but this time we need the products, right? Yeah, the products. Great. So right now we need the total of total products, right? So I'm going to come here and say total products equals to the length, and we need our f string for this. Okay, if it doesn't work. So yeah, we have our total products, and then we just have to use the f strings again over here, or we can just replace it with the variable because it's a string already. All right, so going down here to refresh, you can see we have 32,951. Right, so for the categories, total categories, yeah, so we can go back to our data, which is this is the products, and we have another products CSV. We have the category name, which is this. We can come back here and categories. Products categories is equals to the product df brackets product category names, right? But then we want the unique, or we can use the n unique dot n unique. So basically it gives us the total amount of the categories, right? I think I can take this off because we need total categories here, right? So using the pandas n unique, it gives us the total amount of categories. So we can what we can do now, we can give it a total categories formatted, so an f string of formatting the numbers, right? So coming down to the total categories again, I can replace this with our variable. So let's be sure it's server is up, and it's up. Let's refresh. Great, you can see 73. And finally, for the total quantity, let's inspect our data again. Again, you can use Excel or whatever to inspect your data, but on Mac I'm using WPS. For the quantity, we can use this product photos quantity, right? Just copy it. So coming back to our code, Yeah, so we can total quantities, data frame, so these are numbers, right? So we can use the sum of it, dot sum, right? And again, we can use the format for this. Just going to come here, replace our total quantity with this. Okay, so check our server. It's off, it's running. Let's go back and see. Okay, we don't want decimal, so we're better off converting it to an integer. Yeah, so I think we can convert it here. Yeah, great. So we successfully designed the first cards, so it's now time to design our table using AG grid. Okay, let's proceed. So let's go back to our code. We already have the layout, we have the first row, so I can create a comment and add row. So it just makes our code easy to read and understand. So we're done with the row, and this is where it ends. So end card row. So right now we need to start our table row. Okay. Yeah, so dbc.row children is a list. Currently we just need one column, dbc.call, and is equals to 12. Children is a list. Great. So what do we need here? Okay, yeah, so we need our card again, dbc.card, dbc.card. Yeah, we need our dbc.card body, right? What else? Children is this. So in our children we need our h5, which is a product html.h5, which is a products. Yeah, to my domain products. Then our class name is we're going to use our card title instead. Card title, let's give the margin bottom 3. Okay, so let's run it and see. Again, you have to keep an eye out on your server in case of any issues. Okay, products, and I think we can give this row a margin bottom, so yeah, MB3. Okay, so that we have space under. Great. So the first row, which was this, give it a margin bottom. Okay, then what is next? We need to import our dash AG grid. So import dash AG grid as dag. Coming down here, dag.ag grid. Yep. We need our column definitions. right? So there are different ways to do it. We can hard code it, or we can just throw the list out there, right? We can, yeah. So most times you are better off you know just throwing out the full list, right? So what I'm going to do here is to write a Python code up here, and would understand everything better. So table columns is, we can, this is our product df, right? Dot columns. So let's print this and see. Okay, so let's run it. Good. So our, it's a pandas index, right? So we can do the dot to list, yeah, and it converts to a list for us. Yeah, so let's run it, and as you can see, we have our columns in a list. Let me clear this and run it. Yeah, as you can see, we have our products in a list, right? But we want it to be a list of dictionaries, right? So what we can do is table columns. So we can use our list comprehensions, right? We can use our list comprehensions and say header name x, field x, right? We can make it sortable also. Sortable is true. I want it to be filtered also. Filter true, right? For x in this. So this is our list comprehension, and let's see if it works. Great. So we have a list of dictionaries, right? So if you do not want to manually do it, we have lots of columns there. If you do not want to manually do it, you can use your list comprehension for this, right? Okay, so I'm going to take that off and take this off as well. So we already have the table columns, and let's go down to our AG grid. Column definitions, column des is table columns. Yeah, then our row data, the product df dot to dict, right? And we can increase the height of, but let's see what we have first of all. So going to refresh, well, and we can see it. You can swipe, it's responsive as well, right? So let me take this off. We can style and increase our height to 500 pixels. Good. All right. This is it. So we can decide to filter or sort, right? Let's say I want 40. It can be greater than 40. It can be greater than or equal to 40. Whatever you want, you can filter it, right? So how do I, let's say blank. Oh yeah. So this is it, and we can, How do we default this? I guess we just have to refresh. Yeah, so you can search product categories. Let's search for coal. Sorry. Enter. You can see, right? So this is a high level performing package, the AG grade. So we've been able to successfully design the product page similar to this. I think I love our design better. Slick. Okay. Right, so this is the next page we will be designing, the orders page. So we have the list of orders. We can filter by the status, right? Invoiced. Okay, let me take this off. Yeah, you can see we can also sort. Let me take this off. We can filter by date also, right? So let's say we want from 2016 here to here. Right, you can see the date range. You have the cards again for the order status. And let's proceed. So we're going down to my orders page. Yep, orders. And so what do we have? We have, so this is our order page, which is empty, pretty much empty. Yeah, we have the 4 cards. So I'm going to be starting with our row abc.row, right? Children abc.colon, right? So we have md equals to tire, children, a list. What else? The card, dbc dot card, then card body, that card body, right? Let's give it a list. Okay. All right. So then again, we need 2 elements. We need a parent div, as we've always done, html.div, which will to import html. So yeah, which will host the both elements, left and the right, and will contain our flex box. Then we need our list or children equals to whichever one, html.div, which will take the first 3 elements, these ones, and then an icons, html.itag. Okay. Okay, yeah, perfect. Yes. So over here we need our list again, html.h6, that's roof, always done, total orders. Okay, this is it. Since my autocorrect is paying attention to my code, yeah, my code assistant. Yeah, so this is total orders, this is text dark here, and you can put 0 here just for the placeholder. So let's see. Let's refresh. Sure. We can also give this a margin top. Class name, yeah, margin top tier and margin bottom tier, so that seems okay. Yeah, great. So right now we need our flex box so that we can take the gift icon to the right. So now our parent div, which is this, come down here, class name, display flex, justify content between and align items center, right? So let's refresh. Yep, it's there. Yeah, so we need 3 more of these. So this is our column. I'll put a comma. Okay, great. So we have processing orders, delivered orders. Total processing orders. Delivered orders. And cancelled orders. Okay, let's I don't need to refresh, it's updated. So yeah, the next thing we'll do now is to impute our numbers, right? So after the register page, we can load our data set again. I can just go to our previous code and copy how we do it. Okay, import right? So right now it's the orders we need. Yeah, orders, right? Yeah, the orders. And yeah, that's it. So we need to rename this to orders data frame, right? So for our total orders, yes, this is the length. Then we can use our f string again. In order to get the comma. So copy this, and in here I'm going to place a variable to replace this. Let's run it again. Perfect. So the next one is processing orders, right? So processing orders, so equals to the let's leave line out of it first. Orders data frame y. Okay, so orders df order status, right? So let's check our data frame. Yeah, order status is equals to processing, right? Then we can have the length again. Yep, length, and then we want it to be formatted. Okay, processing orders format. Perfect. So coming down here, replace this with the variable run, and then let's check our code. Yeah, it's running the one processing orders. I'm just going to copy this too so that it will be easy for us to replicate. So the next one in our card is delivered orders. Order status is delivered. Okay. Then finally, we have the cancelled orders. Perfect. So I would replace the delivered orders with this, and no format, yeah, FMT, delivered as format, yeah, and I'll replace the cancel orders formatted with this. So let's confirm our server is up and running, and as you can see, oh, we have 0 cancelled orders. Let me start my server again just to be sure. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yeah, so the next thing is we have this already. So the next thing is to use our filter, right? Our date range filter, date and status filter. Okay, great. So in our status we have, basically 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 statuses, right? And we're going to be getting it from the other status column. Yeah, the other status column, right? So what we can do at first is to get the unique statuses. We have to load the data first, right? And we can call it other statuses. Then we have to filter it again. Others df. Others. No, we just need the other status dot unique, right? We need to get just the unique statuses, right? So if I should, let's print it and see. So let's be sure our server is up and running. Yeah, as you can see, we have the 8 statuses, right? What else? So we have to get another row again, right? So as usual, we can just copy the card row. This is where it ends, right? And the card row. Then we have the filter row. So we can end it filter row. So we can start working on it here, right? So dbc.row, children, nope, not class name, children is a list, and what's our children? We need 2 columns, right? dbc.col md is equals to this is 4 and c, right? Then children is equals to this. So what do we need? We need a card. No, we don't need a card. We just need a select option, a drop down rather, yeah. So we can use the default DCC drop down, dcc.drop down. So I have to import DCC. Yep. Okay. Multi is equals to true, so we can select multiple drop downs, right? Do we need the ID? Okay, ID is equals to, can give it other status. Options, yeah. What is our options? which is our list we just had, right? I can delete the print statement. Yeah, options is this. Placeholder, select other status, clearable, true. Yeah, these are fine. So let's be sure our server is running, and let's refresh. Oh, perfect. Great. So the next thing we need is our date range, right? So before we select our date range, we need to have our minimum and maximum dates. And again, we'll filter it with the, so let's go back to our data set. This, yeah, order purchase timestamp, basically when the order was purchased. So I think, yeah, this is what we'll need, right? So so let's go back to our code. For our date range, we need to set a minimum and maximum date, right? So that we basically select dates based on the data, right? So as more of a default, or minimum and max, not really default. So let's go back and see. So I'm going to be having a minimum date is equals to orders df order processing. Yep, this is what I need, the order processing timestamp, and the mean, it takes the lowest date, right? And then this takes the highest. So let's go back to this, and over here we need another column. Okay, perfect. So dbc dot call md is equals to 4. Yes. What else? Children, the list. So over here we'll need the date range picker, right? So this is dot date range picker. So let's accept this start date and end date. Okay, so I think this is all we need. We need ID of other date range. I prefer to use, just in case we'll be using date range in other places. Minimum date allowed is the min date we've selected. Max date allowed is the max date. Start date is the minimum date, and then end date is the maximum date. So basically, at first, we would filter the whole data set, right? So let's run. Okay, it's running. Let's go to our page. Oh, perfect. 2016 to 2018, right? Perfect. So the next thing we'll do is so this is the end filter row. Going to copy this for our table, right? So table row, and table row. Perfect. Okay, so over here we'll need another array again, dbc.row. Oh, I need a comma. Yeah. So dbc.row, children is as usual a list. Right, then we'll need our card. So we need our column, dbc.column, right? So after the column, what do we have? md is equals to 12, right? Children is a list, right? So then we'll use our dbc.card, right? Then dbc.card body. So this is basically our starter point. children is a list again as usual. So let's go back to our page and see what we need. So we need the other records, right? Okay, so inside our card we can have html.h6 other records, right? Okay, so let's see. Let's run our code. Okay, so let's refresh other records. Oops, we need some spacing between our other record and our field, so we can come here, class name mb3. Server is down again. Great. So over here we'll need the AG grid, right? Yeah, so we need to import dash AG grid as DAG. Right. So over here dag.ag grid. So in our columns, ID can be other table, right? Column defs is our list. So here again, we can use the whole list comprehension, right? So X for no, I can say just what we did it earlier. The header name is X, comma, field is X, right? For X in other, oh, field is X, right? So yeah, outside the dictionary, that's where we do our loop. For X in other df dot columns. Perfect. So basically we use list comprehension here, just similar to how we did it in our products, right? But instead of creating a variable, I'm just putting it inside our AG grid directly, right? So this is a list comprehension for X in our data frame dot columns, right? And yeah, so let's run it and see. While that is working, we can give it our style of height 500 pixels. Yep. So finally, we need the raw data. Let's put a comma here. Raw data, yes, which is going to be this. Yeah, so this is going to be our default data, till we start till we start filtering. Okay, so let's refresh. Perfect. So we have everything sorted out. You can slide from your left, you can filter, but I think we can add filter. Filter true, so it makes the yeah, it makes the columns, let's say cancelled. Yeah, it makes the columns filterable and then sortable. Sure, it makes the columns sortable, right? We've been able to so far get our data, our cards, designed our filter drop downs and dates range, and then drop our data on our table. So what we need next is to make our filter start working. Yeah, so there's no special filter for date. So right now we need to go back to our fallback in order for us to filter our status, right? So coming down here, import the callback output and input, right? Then scroll down. Yeah, so let's scroll down at callback. Yes. So what do you want in our output? So our output basically is the AG table, right? Yes. Output ID is other table. What's our we want our row data to change, which is this, right? And what is our input? The ID of our input is other status, right? And it's the value. Yep. So we'll create our function update order table. Yeah, this is nice. For now, it takes just the order status, right? And what do we have? So new order of filtered orders equals to orders df. Yeah, I want to copy the data frame first. So if we have the order status, that's when we filter, right? Yeah, this is nice. So if there's another status, we filter it. Yeah. So now we return our filtered order to date records. So let's run and be sure it's working fine. So if I should order by delivered, yeah, it worked. If I should take it off and order by unavailable, you can see our order status is changing, right? So if I should add the invoice to it, you can see. So the next thing we need to do is our date range. Again, the output is the same, so it's just the input we need to change, right? So I'm going to add a comma input. So what is the ID of our date range? Yeah, order date range. And what we want is the start date and end date, right? So at first we'll take the start date, then let's duplicate this, and then what we want again is the end date, right? So we need to call back input for this, right? So coming here, start date and end date. right? Then coming here again, so if start date, yeah, the filtered orders is going to be greater than the or equal to the start date, right? Using the other purchase timestamp, right? Then if end date filtered orders is equals to, let me just copy this, it's going to be less than or equals to the end date. Perfect. So let's check again. Yeah, so let's run our server. Great, it's running, and let's refresh. Okay, so if I should start with 4th of September till, that's my start date, till 19th of November, you can see it works, right? So let's see, 4th till 19th of that same month, right? So our start date and end date is working perfectly fine, and we can basically cancel. Yeah, so is there anything like reset? Maybe reset it to, so yeah, we can increase the year and see 8th of, oh, we don't have anything there. Yep, September 2026, 2017. Yeah, so basically this is it. Our filter status is working fine within the date range we selected, right? Yeah, so this is how you can again manage state filter in your Dash. So the next thing we'll be working on is the sellers page. So coming over what we've done already, this should be cool. Yeah, so see you next part. All right, so the next page we'll need to design right now is the sellers page, right? So we need to design the state filter and the city filter, right? And then these cards and the location maps, then this plot. So let's go straight. Currently we just have an empty page, right? So let's go straight to sellers page. Yeah, so the first thing we'll do is to load our data sets, right? So again, just copy how we've done it before, right? Okay, so then pasting it here, call it sellers df, then do our import. Again, get our import, and we need it to be sellers. Then again, we need to get our geolocation data frame because of the map. This should be geolocation. Great. So let's make, okay, it's running. Yeah, so again, we can inspect our data frame. This is sellers data frame. So yeah, we can inspect our data, right? And we can see from what we have seller ID, seller zip code prefix, seller city, and finally seller state. There is a zip code prefix over here, just the way we merged the customers data frame to the geolocation, we'll be merging the seller's data frame with the geolocation as well using the zip code prefix, right? Okay, so yeah, so we have the geolocation zip code prefix, and then we have the seller zip code prefix, right? So what we'll do over here right now is to group by the geolocation and then get the first data, right? So I can call this geo grouped is equals to geolocation df dot group by. Okay, so we're going to be grouping by the zip code prefix. We'll get the first zip code if they are duplicates, and then we need to reset the index, right? And now let's call this sellers with geo, right? So we're going to be merging the sellers data frame with the, let me write it instead. Okay, so the data frame, so this is going to be on the left of the data frame we're merging, and then what we're merging with is this, which is the right, and how is on the left. So basically we want to keep all the data in the left, which is the seller's data frame, right? Left on is the seller zip code prefix, yes. Right on, so what do they have in common? Geolocation zip code prefix, right? So remember, the left is what you are starting with, and the right is, you know, what is inside the merge, and these are the columns that are in common for us to merge, right? And yeah, I think this is done. So let's yeah, so let's print the head of the sellers with geo, and let's see what we have. Just going to make sure this is running. Okay, yeah, so you can see seller ID. So instead, let me print the columns. Right, so we can see that they've all been merged, right? Seller ID, seller zip code, seller city, seller state, geolocation zip code prefix, geolocation latitude, longitude, city and state, right? So yeah, so this is it. And what do we have to do next? Yeah, is to design the city and the state drop down, right? So coming over here, we can say seller city equals to, this is sellers with geo. What do we need to filter? So while we geolocate, no, let's use the seller city instead, and then we'll use the dot unique, right? Then seller state is equals to this. Yeah, we use the seller state dot unique. Great. So total seller city, do we need it total? Okay, yeah, we need them for the cards. Okay, that's great. So it's good to just have our data done. So total seller city is equals to the length of the seller city, right? And we can again use the f string for this, and to get our comma, right? So let's be sure this will work. Okay, great. So let's do for the states and just copy this, and then finally total sellers, right? So total sellers, again f string, the length of the sellers with geo, and we need a comma, right? Great. So I can take this off. So everything is working fine. The next thing we'll do is to get our row and column. So we need our first row, dbc dot row children, dbc dot col, okay, and this is equals to, let's use 4, then children is a list. And what do we need? We need to import dcc, right? Okay. And do we need HTML? If we need HTML, we import it. So we have our dcc dot drop down, right? Then again, multi select, want to select multiple city, id seller city, options, it's seller city, yeah. Placeholder select city and clearable is true. Okay, this for city. I will duplicate this for our state, right? Nope, that's not correct. Okay, great. So our first is seller state. So select state, we need to select state before city, then going to do this. Okay, so let's run it again and see. All right, then again, yeah, we have everything in place, right? So select state, select city, you can deselect or you can search, whatever. And for this container, let's give our row class name. Margin top is 3, margin bottom is 3, right? So the next thing we need to do is our second row. So this will give space at the top and at the bottom. dbc.row, for that we need 3 columns, right? Yeah. Children, okay. So dbc.col, and we'll be using md is equals to 4 for this because there are 3 columns, right? And children is going to be our card, right? So dbc.card, open and close our brackets, dbc.card body, open and close our bracket again. Then we have the children or the list. So I think here is where we import the HTML, right? So over here we have the, again, looking at the design, we need one HTML div to house everything that will take our class of display flex. Then we need another one to house just this, and then the icon, right? So html.div, first parent div, children, or use an empty list or just a list. We have the html.div again, and then we have the html.i icon, right? So for the first icon, would use our class name equals to this, yeah, right? bi people fill, font size of 1 and text primary, right? Then for this, what do we have? Total sellers, okay, html.h6, yeah, we have the total sellers text muted here, and then we have history, which is the total sellers, total sellers, and then class name is text dark. Oh, this autocomplete is really useful. Yeah, so we have the total sellers text muted, we have the, you know, where we put the value, right? So here I'm just going to put a default value of 0, right? Yeah, then we have the ID, which will be useful for changing our values based on our filter, and then all-time sellers, which is this, and then we have the icon, right? So let's see what we have. Let's make sure our server is running first. Okay, so let's refresh. Oh, well, we have this, and you know, we need to do our display flex and all that, right? So coming to the parent div, which is this, again, we've done this multiple times, so by now you should be okay with it. So div flex, basically this all we need. Seems our server is down. Oh, it's up. Yeah, so it has been updated, right? Total sellers, we have total states, and we have total cities. Okay, so comma, total sellers, total states, so let's call this sellers, and what should we use for the icon? Let's use globe. And finally, we'll copy this, paste it here, right, just after the second card. Okay, first card, second card, and third card. Total cities, seller total cities, and all-time cities. What can we use for this? Let's use the globe to icon, and let's see. So something is wrong. Oh yeah, we are supposed to do it in a separate column. Yeah, that's why. So what do we do now? Okay, so I'm going to cut the, let me take this off. So basically they're supposed to be aligned side by side together, but then we need each column, we need each card to be in each columns, right? So what I would do right now, I would cut these two, right, and leave it just as the first card, right? I'm going to create an empty file to paste this. Then after the first column, have a comma, dbc.call, md is equals to 4 again, children is a list. Then we're going to cut the first one. Okay, paste it here, right? So that we save for the second column. Then the last column, dbc.call, again, md is equals to 4, children is equals to the empty list. Okay, so I'm going to cut the last one and paste. Or if you might have cut that, you know, while I was coding, kudos to you. Okay, so this should make it work. Again, let's run our server. Always make sure to check your server, because especially if you're on auto complete, because when you're on your server it's easy to. All right, so the next thing is to have this seller's location over here, right? So yeah, over here. So the next thing we'll do is we'll have to get another row, right? So we can do our usual comments of add row. This was filter row, then end filter row, give it some space, hard row starts, and here does it end, and hard row. Yeah. So over here we have the map row. Okay, and we can just end it, so it's easy for you to trace when checking your code, right? So we have the dbc.row, and then we have the children dbc.column, right? And our md over here should be 12 because that's the maximum space we want to occupy, right? And it's just one item. Children, what should be our children? So this is where we start using the plotly express, but first of all we'll use the dcc.graph, right? And we need to import plotly.express as px. Yep. Okay, so what will be our figure? Figure is equals to px.scattered map box, right? Yep, scattered map box. And what is our data frame? Sellers with geo, right? What is our latitude? Is geolocation latitude and geolocation longitude, correct? Hover name. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, so we have the hover name, which is the seller ID. We can again be sure from our data set. Yep, seller ID. What else? We have zoom. Yeah, you can zoom in or zoom out, then the color should be color state. Okay, yeah, so we can filter by state. And title, seller distribution across Brazil, not bad in the map box, open straight style. Okay, so let's make sure our server is running and run it. All right, so oh great, so this is it. Again, you can double tap for just one state. Nice. Okay, so what's next? Finally, we have the distribution by state bar chart, right? Okay, yeah, so we need the dcc.graph there as well. So so we can give a margin bottom to our row, right? Class name is margin bottom tire, so the next row over there can at the bottom can have space. So dbc dot, oh, there is no comma here, right? So I have dbc dot row children. For this, I don't think there's a need for a card. We can just drop the bar chart there, right? So this is the bar chart we're trying to do, distribution of sellers by state. Before that, I believe we should have our data. right? So over here we can have our distribution, right? So it's the sellers by state. Okay, so we have our state. So I guess we'll have to filter it, right? So let's call it seller count. Okay, seller state count is equals to, yeah, so basically this is what we need, the values count for it. Great. Okay, yeah, so this is what we need. Sellers geo, filter by the seller state, and then use the values count. So basically it gives us the unique state and their amount, right? So let's print it and see. Great. As you can see, with the index 0 1 to, okay, let's use this one, 0 1 to 22 states. Yeah, so SP has 238,452.57. MG has 61,331, right? So that's what value counts does, and we'll be using it for this plot, right? Okay, so I can take this off. So going back, we have we'll be using our Plotly Express again. Is it, yeah, this is c.graph figure is px.bar, right? It's like my computer knows what I'm doing. Seller state count, x is, what was our x? Is the seller state? Yes. Then y is the count. Great. So x is seller state. Oh, this is nice. X is the seller state. Yes. Y is the count as our y-axis, and time to a seller by state, and the label. Basically, if we want to change label, we can do that here, right? So let's run our server again to be sure it's working fine, and then let's go to our page. Scroll down, we already have it. Great. So we can change our x and y axis. So I can turn this to y and turn this to x. Okay, server stay up. Scroll, as you can see, but this doesn't make sense, so just going to be taking it back to where it was, right? So then yeah, we have it, sellers by state, right? So I think it will make sense if we put it in a card. Yeah, it will make sense if we put them in a card, because currently they're just plain white. Okay, yeah, so over here, this is dbc dot card, right? Just put the comma, then we have the dbc dot card body, and then finally we have the children. Okay, and I would cut this, paste it here. So let's see how much difference it makes if using the acc.card will be important. Okay, not bad. So we need a margin top for this. That's for over here. So let's see if it updates. Yeah, it's updated, and it's not bad. So I believe it would be nice to have it for the graph too. The bar chart, dbc dot card, put a comma here, dbc dot card body children, and it's going to cut this, paste it. Okay. So let's be sure our server is still up, and yeah, we can see it. Okay. Since our data is too much. Okay, yeah, great. So yeah, we need to start putting the values for in our cards before we start filtering. So total seller city, total seller city, is that what we started with? Okay. Total seller city is this, total seller total state. Yeah, over here I'm going to update it. Total seller state over here, just replace it with a 0, and total sellers over here. Yeah, so let's be sure our server is still running, and let's see. Yeah, so total sellers, yeah, great. So this is nice. So what else can we do? Yeah, so right now we need to make the select responsive with the data, right? So this is where we import our callbacks. Okay, so I'm going to import the callback output and input. Okay, then scrolling down to the end of the layout variable or the container, we're going to have our callback. Okay, open and close. Output first, so we need our cards to be updated first, right? So what is the ID of our card? Total sellers. Okay, and what do you want to be updated? The children. Come on. Okay, so the next one is sellers total state and sellers total city, CITY, not TIE. I made that mistake. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy it and paste this. Children city. Okay, then we need the plot to be updated as well, right? Just going to duplicate that. The dcc.graph, right? So I'm just going to give this an ID of sellers map. Okay, not bad. Yeah, sellers map. Oh, I made a mistake. Sellers. And we need to update the figure, right? Because we need to update this. Then same thing with here. I'm going to give this an ID of sellers state graph. Okay, so coming down here, duplicate again, seller state graph, and figure also, right? So now we have our inputs, and first one is the state, seller state, right? and we want the value. Come on. And finally we have the seller city with the value, right? So we still have an error because we've not added our function. Okay, so update dashboards. Okay, and the input is seller state first before seller city, right? So yeah, we can copy our sellers with geo data frame because this is what we'll be working with. We do not want to interfere with the original data frame. So if seller states yeah, filter this sellers data frame dot copy. We need the seller data frame dot copy. Open our brackets. Yes, the data frame bracket, the state is in the seller state, right? If seller city, do the same thing for the city. Okay, great. And what else? Yeah, so then we need to get the total again because we are updating total values, right? So total sellers is equals to the length of the sellers copy. We need our f strings. Come on, right? We need our f strings for this and do this for the comma. So let's do the same for the state, city, the count, right? So basically it's everything over here. Yeah, this 4, that's what we're trying to do here again. 1 2 3 4, right? Because once we filter the data will be updated. Then we need to work on this figure again, so I can as well copy whatever we have here and instead of paste it, indentation. Okay, great. Then let's take this forward. So should I call this figure, let's call it sellers map. Okay, yeah, sellers map figure makes sense. And we need the updated data, which is this, right? And copy this bar chart here again. So sellers bar chart, or let's say sellers bar figure, right? And then again I would update this. Great. So right now we have to return our data. Return. So what's the first data we're returning? Our output is total sellers, which is this, right? The next one is total sellers total state, which is this, right? Third one, sellers total city, which is this, right? Fourth one is sellers map, which is this figure, right? And the fifth final one is seller state graph, or the bar chart, which is this. Oh, stop on my comma, right? Let me clear this and run this. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this. Okay, so one of our plot is having issues. Okay, so which one is it? Oh, the state count. Yeah, so for this we need this. My bad. Yeah, we need our bar chart was the state count, which we did. Okay, so it's running. Great. I'll refresh. So now let's try our city. Oh yeah, it works fine. Yeah, it works fine. State rather, yeah. Status, yeah, everything updates. First city, yeah. Oh, nice. This is nice. So we'll be designing the reviews page next, right? Yeah. So they are designing the reviews page next, and let's see what we can do. So this is the reviews, yeah. So then again, the first thing we need to do is the row. Okay, bbc.row children list, bbc.colon. For this we'll need 1 2 3 4 5 6, so we can, yeah, we'll need an md of 2, so 6 times 2 will give you 12, right? And go with the card again, right? So dbc.card, oh, children, dbc.card, bbc.card body, then okay, so we have one div and under icon. So first of all, go, okay, let's import html.div, which is our parent div for the flexbox. Children again, then we have another div, and then we have another icon. Okay, let's just use this first and see. So for this we have children again, all stars, text method, right? Then we have the numbers, html.h3, so let's still keep it at 0. Class name is text dark. All right, so let's make sure our server is running. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, 1 star, nice. Yeah, okay, so then let's handle our flexbox again. Yeah, after this, class name, display flex, yep, everything here. Let's see. Okay, I think we can reduce our font size for the icon. Looks too big for me. FS. Okay. Okay, yeah. Then our row again, we need to give it margin top and margin bottom, right? So this all stars, not all stats, all stars 0. Okay, still looks too big. Let's make it 5. Let's see. Okay, or 4. Yeah, we can leave it at 4. So we have 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, 4 stars, and 5 stars. So we need to copy our column. So okay, 2 3 4 5. So another thing we can do is to put everything in a function, to avoid repetition, because we're basically repeating the same thing over and over again, right? So yeah, I think that will make sense. So I can undo this, undo. So we'll leave it just as the original star, which is this, right? Yeah, just as this. So we can come over here and create a function. Can call it stars cards, right? And what will be our input? This star number, right? Or star count, whatever. Then let's return, we'll return everything here, right? dbc dot, no, not dot column. Yeah, I think, yeah, we can return the whole column. It makes sense. Then we update the star number with, yeah, this, right? So take this over here, take this over here. Yeah, I think this is okay. So stars cards, we can come over here and delete this because we've made the function reusable, right? And I can just put 0 here. It has to be a string, right? So right now we need about 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So let's be sure our server is running. So basically we've avoided lots of boilerplate code, right? You know, basically you can do this in order of your code. So if you're watching this video, it's an assignment for you to anything you are repeating, just put it in a function. As far as more than one, right, it saves you lots of boilerplate code. This can be repeated, this can be put in a function, you know. Same with this, they can be put in a function. It makes your work neat, right? So let's refresh and see. Yeah, so you can see all the stars are there. So yeah, another thing we need to do is the title, right? So guess we'll have to put the title here, and all stars has to go title. So the first one was all stars, right? Second was 1 star, comma. Third was 2 stars. Fourth was 3 stars. Four stars. 5 stars. All right. So our server is down. Okay, it's up, and yeah, they're all updated, right? So we've just made reduce lines of code. So right now we would start working on our data frame, right? Reviews, other reviews, yeah. So this is our other reviews. We have the other ID, right? Then we have the other review ID, other ID. We'll have the review score, review comment title, okay, message, and whatever, yeah, timestamps. Okay, so let's load our data into our data frame. Just going to copy something we've done before, and I guess I can close others. Yeah, okay, so put this here. Do our imports. So call this reviews data frame, other reviews, yeah. So we need to filter 1 star to everything. Okay, so 1 star, is equals to, so let's look at our column again. We have the review score, right? And we filter with just the one that has 1, right? So reviews data frame. Okay, yeah, so this is for 1, right? I would be duplicating to 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So star 4, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, and 5. So we need the length of them, right? So the length, and we need it formatted. Yeah, same thing with this. We need the length and we need it formatted. Length formatted. Don't know why my auto complete doesn't want to do everything for me. It's just doing the format. All right, so finally we have this, and we can as well begin to update here. 1 star format. No, so this is all star, my bad. Okay, so finally we can do all star. Oh, this. Okay, this works. Yeah, this works. So we have our all star format. We have our 1 star formatted. So star 3, 4, and finally 5. So let's run our server to see if it's working fine. Should be updated. Great. And I think we can reduce the font size of star numbers to, let's say, H5. Yeah, H5. H4. It's looking too clustered to me. Instead of using a header for this, we can reduce the font size to FS. So let's see, I need it to be a little bit small. Oh, too big. Okay, 1. That was too big. What am I doing? What's going on right now? Should we try 6? Come on. Okay, I think I appreciate 6 more. So FS 6, font size of 6. All right. So the next thing we'll do is the customer satisfaction breakdown. So this is how do we do this? So basically we get the values count of the total score, right? Okay, so over here, score count, reviews data frame. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is it. And then come over here on store dbc.row. Yeah, we need a card for this. So dbc.column, yeah, medium 12. So the reason I'm not using a children here is because I'm just using 1 component, right? If I'm using multiple, I'm going to be using multiple children. Right. So yeah, we need a 12 and we need a card dbc.card body. So what do we need here? dcc.graph. Oh, I need to import dcc. All right. Figure. Yep. px dot. Yeah, we need to import plotly express also. I think I prefer import to be up from plotly dot express. No, import as px. Yep. So going down, px dot bar. Right. So before I do this, let's you know what, I'm just going to take this out of it, just leave it dcc.graph. I'm going to print this so we know what the data we're expecting, right? So let's scroll up. So our x-axis is the score, review score, then y-axis is the count from the columns, right? Take this out. So yeah, down here figure is equals to px dot bar, right? Score count, right? X is review. What's it? Review. Yeah, review underscore score, right? And y was the count. Yeah, I think we can handle this. Yeah, total. Yeah, so the y was the count, then title reviews that by score, whatever. Yeah, we have this. So we can give our legit color can be review score. Color equals to review score. Yeah, so that's if you want to, do the legend. Right. So let's refresh. See, yeah, we have different. This is the default color for it, right? And we can try different things to change the colors and all that, just like this, right? So we've been able to get our plot, and we still have more to go. Or there is no filter, so we just keep on developing on the go. So we have a time series, right? The average score over time, right? Average review score over time. So going back to our data set, we can see review creation dates and review answer timestamp. I think we would use the review creation date. So basically it's a date time string, right? And then we can do time series over here, right? So let's scroll down, and coming here we can give our dbc.row. So I can give it a class name of margin bottom tier, right? So coming down here again, we have another row, dbc.row children, dbc.column, right? md is equals to 12. We want the whole screen, and children is empty dbc.card. Yep, dbc.card body. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Yeah, so next thing we need to do is to prepare our time series, right? So for this we'll be using a plotly express line graph, or I can just put a dcc.graph over here, and yeah, let's see. refresh again. Great. So it's just an empty graph. So let's prepare our time series. Okay. So for our time series, so basically it's going to be a time series of our monthly scores, 1 to 5, right? So what we need to do, we can call it monthly scores is equals to review data frame, right? We're not going to group this time. We want to so first of all, we need to change our creation date here to a pandas date time, right? Because currently it's just a string, right? If we should do review data frame dot info, let's print this. Okay, yeah, we can see they are all strings, right? The review creation date is a string. So in order for it to work, we need to first of all convert it to a pandas date string, right? So I can come over here and what is the column? Yeah. Creation date over here is equals to pd dot, oh, I need to import pandas as pd, right? Yeah, so pd dot so date time, right? This is it. So we just need this one for now. Yes, so pd dot to date time reviews data frame brackets the review creation date, right? That is it. Then over here, okay, I can basically do it under here anyway, it doesn't matter. We need to resample by the month, right? And then we calculate the mean score, right? So what we will do is we can give it a variable monthly scores is equals to the reviews data frame, right, dot set index. First of all, we need the, so we'll set the index of the of our data frame to be the review creation date, right? And then we don't want to group, want to resample, right? So we're going to resample by month end, which is me. And then what do we want? The review score, right? So basically that, you can resample multiple types. You can use m for month, you can use day, you can resample by the day. You can see, you can use ms month start, you can use quarter end, you can use quarter start, you can use year end, you can you even use the time, hour mean s or second, right? So but we're using the month end, and review score dot mean, we need the mean score, the average score, right? And then we'll reset our index, right? Again, set index, the review score date, resample by month end, and we're getting using the review scores, right, to get it to the mean. And yeah, so we've gotten our monthly score time series, right? So then the next thing is to plot a line plot on it, right? So scrolling down, can have our figure is equals to px dot line monthly scores. You know what, before that, let's print our monthly scores and see what we have. Okay, So basically this is it. Month end of every month, this was the our data, the review score, right? So we have the review creation date as the x-axis, then the y-axis is the review score, right? So coming down here, px.line monthly score, review creation date, and review score here. So we have an error. Figure, my bad, figure is equals to px.line. So let's run it. Yeah, and I think we can delete the print statement now. Okay, yeah, so figure. So let's refresh. You can see in the line chart, and there's something we need to add. Markers, set it to true, and let's refresh. Yeah, so it gives us the the point, right? We can change our labels. Average score on the review. Yeah, average score on the date. Is there an error? Perfect. Then also, what's next? We have the AG grade for the reviews table, right? So this should be an easy thing to do. I need the margin bottom over here, right? Just after the list. Great. So let's go again. dbc.row children is this, right? dbc.column this equals to 12. Children is a list. What else? dbc.card body. All this can just be put in a single function also, right? And over here we have our children, and we need our AG grade for this. So yeah, we can take this. I don't want the dbc.table to use the AG grade, so import dash AG grade as dag. Yep. Then okay, server is still running. Let's see what we have. Okay, it's taking shape. dag.ag grade column definitions. So over here we can use our list comprehension, right? Header name name is x, right? Field is x, right? For x in review data frame dot columns. Okay, row data is review dot to dict records. Can have this. Okay, I think by default they should be sortable. This is sortable, sorted. Sortable is true, then filter true. Okay, so let's run and see. Great. This is what we have, right? So another thing is our the titles are having underscore, which is not professional. So we can come here, use the dot replace. We want to replace our underscore with space, right? So let's see if it works. Let's refresh. Oh, it works. And we can use, is it okay? Yeah, so it's dot title. Yeah, so instead of the underscore, it will start with capital letter. Perfect. This is more professional, right? And then we can sort by 3 stars equals, right? 3 star. So yeah, we've been, able to get our line plots, get our table and everything. The next thing we'll work on is the payments page. Right. Payments page, yes. All right, guys. So this is the next page we'll design. The payments page or screen, right? And so basically it takes the total number of payments we have. We have our pie charts, to give us a basic data. Double click, yeah, a basic data of everything. Yeah. Okay, double click here. Just refresh it. Yeah. We have our bar charts, then we have our box plots for our credit card also, right? So this is our page, and let's get down to business. Payments, right? So take this off. So then again, we'll be starting with the dbc.row as usual. We have 2 columns, yeah. dbc dot, okay, children, right? dbc dot core, and they should be equals to 6, right? Because they are 2 cards. Then children, dbc dot card, dbc dot card body, right? So we have our HTML as usual, a general HTML that houses everything. And we'll have one HTML div, a general div rather, that houses everything. Then we have one HTML div for the items on the left, and HTML div and an icon tag at the right. Okay, so children, HTML.div. So I have to import HTML here. Right, so this is general HTML, and inside we have a list also of HTML.div and HTML.I, right? And the first icon is the cache we'll use instead. bi.cache, right? Yeah. So then for the children over here, sorry, list, yeah, we have our usual html.h6 total payments, text muted, yeah. Then we have our html.h3, the amount, so let's say 0, and the class name is text dark. Okay, all time payments, not bad. So let's run our server and see. And then again, it will be way easier if we had put everything here inside the function. So you might play around with it instead of we always repeating this thing. You can put it in a function and make your code less and clean. Yeah, so let's refresh. We already have it here, and as usual, our style, well, class name of margin top tier and margin bottom tier, right? So then let's resume our flex box from here, right? So class name, basically everything we need here. Also, you can, let's refresh. It's not working. Why is that? Start it again. Okay, let's see. Okay, great, good. So I'm just going to copy the second one, which is this, and paste it here, right? And the second one is total payment value, right? And then we can use bank for here. All right, so let's refresh. We use bank, our icon did not change. So if you make a change and it doesn't auto update here, you can stop your server and start it again, right? And let's see, refresh. Okay, perfect. We have the bank icon over here, right? So I believe we can start loading our data frame. Loading our data, yeah. So just going to copy what we've had already as usual. Pasting. Going to do my imports, and it's payments data frame. Other payments, perfect. So for our total payment, we can use this. Total payment is equals to the length of our payment data frame, right? And what else? Yeah, our f string, right? F, and comma, right? So let's put our total payments here, and let's make sure our server is running. Okay, perfect. So let's refresh and see. Okay, great. So we have 103,000 payments. So again, in order for us to see our payment value, other payments.csv. Okay, great. So this is total payment, and so basically payment value is addition of how much we've made or how much payment has been made, right? So we can come here and say payment values is equals to the payment data frame brackets, the column is payment underscore value, right? And we can use the dot sum, so it gives us the sum total of everything. Then finally we can use the format, right, for our f strings, and then again we're going to decimal place, right? To decimal place. Okay, so total payment value, let's replace it here. Let's make sure our server is running. Okay, all right, so let's refresh. Great. So the next thing we'll do now is our plots, right? So let's scroll down. Again, we can do our comments to differentiate where our code is, right? So this is the cards row. It's just to make your code neat, right? Put a comma here, end cards row. So basically, when you are looking at your code and you see, oh, this is it, you go to your code and you see card and end card, you know exactly where to start looking for, right? The next thing we'll talk about is the, what should we call this? Plot row. Okay, plot row. And yep, end plot row, right? Take this off. Okay, perfect. So right now we start with our dbc.row, right? And children, yeah, dbc.colon. So our MD should be, we can do 8.4. I think 8.4 is fair. So over here will be 8 and at my right will be 4, right? So MD is equals to 8 and our card again, dbc dot children, yeah, dbc dot card, dbc dot card body. Okay, children, let's use our dcc dot graph. We have to import dcc, of course. So over here, dcc, right? So let's scroll down, dcc dot graph. Okay, so we'll do a similar thing for our second column. So I'm going to put a comma here and copy it down to this column, right? So basically you should know where to copy. You can put your mouse here and this line tells you where it ends. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, and give a 4. Remember the total is 12, right? So let's spin up our server and yeah, so let's run it again. If I should refresh, great, we have this. So what do we want? We want a histogram here, right? We can use a histogram, we can use a bar chart. Okay. So over here, figure is equals to, I need to import plotly express, import plotly.express as px, right? Great. So over here, figure is equals to px dot histogram, right? And our data frame is payments px, payments data frame. Our x-axis is payment installment, yeah. So it's an histogram of our installment distribution, right? So x is payment, copy this, payment installments, right? And what is our title? Installment distribution. Okay. So let's see. Our server is down. Let's run our server and yeah. So So you can see we have our histogram and everything, and it gives you the count, right? So we can use our normal bar chart if we don't want to use the histogram. So it's just trying to do different things, and there are some things we can do with our histogram. We can use the text auto is equals to true. Let's see what it does. Okay, yeah, great. Tails, we can change the number of bins, end bins to 4. Right, if it's too much we can take it to 30. If it's too small, let's see. Not bad, but I'm going to take it off. Right, and again there are whole lot of things you can do with Plotly Express. This is just the basics, right? In your free time you can explore it. Right, it's a highly rich package for visualization, right? So I'm going to take that off and refresh. Great. So this is what we have currently. Yeah, so the next thing to do is our doughnut chart, right? And this is okay, bracket how many months, so let's see. Okay, great. Okay, so payment method preference. So it's a pie chart a doughnut chart distribution of our payment method. So clicking this takes 1 or 2. All right. We need to know our payment type, right, which is this. And how can we do it? Payment type count, create a variable is equals to our payment data frame. Good. So dot value count dot reset index, right? Great. So coming down here, this is how we prepare the data frame, right? We want to see how many okay, so let's print it and you'll understand better. So again, if you want to understand your data, you always print, or if you have your Jupyter notebook, you can inspect it there and get an overview of everything, right? So right now we have our payment type and we have the count, right? We have the credit card boleto, voucher, debit card not defined, and then the amount of times they appeared, which is the count, right? So let me take this off the print statement. So scrolling down again, figure is equals to px dot, we need a pi. Okay, so our data frame is payment type count here, and yeah, our values is equals to count. Okay, I like this. Yeah, so our values is equals to count, which is the numbers, right? And then the names is the payment. Let's go to our data frame. Yeah, payment type, that's the name. Yeah, payment type, and then we have the title, right? Yeah, so let's run our server and let's see. Okay, good. So you can see it. Yeah, this is not bad. So we can decide to, I think this is okay. I don't want to do too much. So then again, you can change the colors, you can change everything you need to do here. So let's try and do something interesting. Let's use our color discrete sequence, and yeah, sequential pairs or colors or sequential dot. There are lots of things to pick from. Let's try this and see. And let's refresh. Oh, this is not, it's not bad. If you don't want to use the sequential, you can use the, if you have your virtual environment installed and you have Python interpreter in your VS Code, you can try a lot of things. If you don't want the sequential, you can try the qualitative. Okay, let's see set 3. So basically you try different thing and see what you feel, right? Yeah, this is not bad. Okay, no, I don't like this. I do not like this. I prefer the former one. Instead of set 0, let's see alphabet arrow. Okay, so again, well, this is not bad. Dash is really rich with lots of options, so it depends on what you want. So the last thing we need to do right now is this transaction by value, the box plot, right? Great. So in our last row, here after the children, we can give a class name of margin bottom 3, right? And then let me copy this. So this is box plot row for our box plot, right? And end box plot row. So in between the box plot, that's where our plot is going to be, right? So let me add a comma here and scrolling down here. So we'll do the dbc.row, right? Children, a list again. dbc.column. We need our MD of 12, right? Yes, then back to the cards. Children, dbc.card, dbc.card body, children, lists, transaction value by payment. Well, I can decide to take this off and we just go straight to the graph, right? This is dot graph. So let's refresh and see. So let's refresh and see. Okay, not bad. Yeah, so our figure. So what we want to do is a box plot with the payment type and the value, payment value, right? Okay. So figure is equals to px.box. We have our payments data frame. Our x again is our payment type, right? Yeah, payment type, and our y is payment value, right? Then title is transaction value, payment method. Okay, so let's confirm our server is running fine, and let's refresh. Let's see. Well, it gave us the point, right? Again, you can disable the points with points false. Okay, so let's wait for it to reload. Server is down. Okay, so yeah, we have this. So then we can change our label, right? Labels, payment value and payment type. Okay, great. And we can change the label for our payment installments to over here. Yeah, so it gives it a professional type label. We don't want stakeholders to see underscores. Yeah, great. Should be payment installments. Perfect. Yeah, payment installments. So yeah, we've been able to design our box plots and replicate everything here, right? So the next thing is our settings, security, help and support page, right? All right, so it's time for us to design our settings page, right? We'll be starting with this part and then going down as we go. Okay, so let's go straight to our code. I'm going to be taking this off, starting with dbc.row. Children is, so for this part we would be using a flex box, right? So I'm going to be having two divs, html.div. Of course I have to import my html, right? Okay, that's for this is a general div for everything, right? So I can as well, before this we can give it a column, dbc.column, and md is equals to 12, right? And let's have our children, right? So then we have our div that we take the flex box, right? This is going to be the general div. So remember, with the flex box they have to be a main div first, and then we will have a div that will take just the settings, right? The settings and manage your application stuff. So html.div, and then take another div that we house the reset to default, save changes and so on, which is second div, right? So over here we can come here and give it our display flex and all that is in our main div, right? So let's start designing for that divs. We have settings, so html.h6 settings, right? So instead of using text muted, we use text dark, and we can use font weight of bold, right? And the second one, html.p, which is going to be this. So this we can use text muted for. right, text muted, perfect. So let's okay, our server is running, so let's see what we have. Okay, not bad. Then for the second div, children, we have buttons, right? So I'm going to use dbc.button, children list, html.i, yep, class name, bootstrap icon, bi, arrow, counter clockwise. Okay, then let's give it a margin of 2 for the text, right? And it's, we can just use our reset to default for here, right? What else can we do? Yeah, so we can change the color of our button. So let's first of all see what we have, then we make it, we improve it, right? So refreshing here, we have a basic button, not bad. Let's compare it to what we have. Okay, so let's change the color. So after the children, color is light. Let's see. Yeah, let's continue. We have another button, right? Paste. I'm going to take this to primary. Okay. Yes. So right now we'll need a for this button. Let me give this button, let's comma class name. Let me give it a margin end of 2, right? Okay. This light, we can change it to danger, should we? Or let's change it to warning. Okay. Okay. Then for the second icon, we don't want to refresh icon for both of them and the text. The second one is save changes, right? Save changes. And what else? Let's use the bi check too. Okay, perfect. So we've been able to successfully do this. Dashboard. Okay, so for our row, let's use a margin top, class name, yeah, 0. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. To improve our page, we can put this in a card, right? So this is our row. Yeah, so before our column, we can just have our dbc.card, dbc.card body, yeah, and children, yeah. So let's cut this column. Yeah, let's take it off and paste it inside the children, right? So it's going to be inside the children. Yeah, which is this. Let's take it forward a little bit. Yeah, good. So yeah, let's see. Oh, not bad. Okay, good. Yeah, I think this is a better way compared to this. We must not design the exact thing. We always want to make it better, right? Yeah, right. So let's go back. So the next thing we need to do is this part, right? So for this we can use, can we do, for this we can use our row and column for this, right? Because of the width size. So this was for the first row, right? And this is okay. So come here again, dbc.row, right? Children is list. Then we need a column, dbc.column, md is equals to 0, right? For this part, and for the second part we can use a 9. Perfect. Okay, so for the first part, children, a list, great. So for the first part we can use a nav for this, right? Which is similar to what we did over here. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Great. Yeah, so dbc.nav, yeah, children again, list. Then we use our nav link, dbc.nav link, yeah. Okay, have our children again. HTML, start with the icon, right? HTML.I, class name, the gear, and the text is, so after this the text is general, right? So let's be sure our server is running. Okay, so if we should go to the official docs, these are the options, and we need a vertical navigation bar, right? So I'm going to be setting this as in the nav, in the general nav. Yeah, I'm going to be setting this vertical is equals to true. Then we also need the pills equals to true, because you know it's not a normal nav. So let me restart the server again. See, yeah. Okay, then I can give it active. Okay, this is equals to true. Yeah, so I can give this first one an active class. As the first nav link, active is equals to true. Right, so let's refresh and see. Oh, perfect. We can, this is not, it's not bad. So we can duplicate this, right? We don't want the active to be true for the second one, so let's wait and see. Okay. Okay, good. So we need to change the text color, right? So for this one, let's give it a class name of text dark and text starts. So I want the text to start from the beginning. Let's refresh and see. Okay. I think we can give it, we can basically give the margin bottoms, right? So after this active, class name margin bottom of 1. Okay, let's give this one a margin bottom of 1 too, and a text start here. Okay, so what was the next one? Appearance. Okay, and the icon is palette. Yeah. Okay, let me duplicate both of them so it's going to be easy. Notifications, privacy, and what are their icons? Should be bell. It should be shield lock. Then finally we have storage. And this should be HDD. Okay. So let's confirm our server is still up. Cases like this, just prefer to end the server and run it again. So let's refresh. See what we have. Okay, not bad. So which of you is the culprit? Yeah, this one. So we just want one active at first, right? And let's see, we need text dark here. Okay, great. Come on, refresh. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is perfect, and we have our general settings at at the right, which, so we've been able to do the first part, which is this, and the next part is the contents of what they entail, right? Which is here, over here, right? So for the tabs, right, what we would do is that each time we click on any of them, the style will change obviously, and the page here will change, right? So similar to this, the active class is going to be this, the active class is going to be this, the active class is going to be this, and we are going to have them changing, right? So what we need to do is to design a card, right? So let's do dbc dot children, dbc dot cards, dbc dot cards body, right? So let's be sure server is up and running. Okay, yeah, we have it there. Then the next thing we will do is to give our tabs IDs, right? Yeah, so I'm going to give this, that is our nav link ID. I think ID is going to be nav general. Over here our ID is going to be nav appearance. Yeah, over here our ID is going to be nav notifications. Over here ID is nav privacy. Over here ID is going to be nav storage, right? Perfect. And what else can we do? Okay, so let's get our callback, our input and our output, right? Then as usual, come down here at callback, right? So what is our output? Our output is the card body, children, empty list, right? So our ID should be settings content. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, so our output is the settings content, right? And come on, delete this. Yeah, so yeah, our output is the settings content, and then we want to change the children, right, for a start. Then our input is nav general and is the active class, right? Yeah, all right. So let's create our function first. Update nav, right? And we can just type pass, it does nothing. And so what our inputs, before we write our inputs, we need to give it our n clicks of 0 by default, then maybe href of pound sign. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it in other nav link. All right. Okay, yeah, so then what's our first ID? Nav general. And what we want is the n clicks, right? And we have about 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what's the next one? Nav appearance, nav notifications, nav privacy. No, my autocomplete is not helping me here. Finally, nav storage. Good. So over here our input is general, appearance, notification, privacy, and storage, right? So the import, we use our ctx, right? So basically what we want is that so basically the logic is that when we click on any of these buttons, right, we get their IDs and then we return this page based on their IDs, right? So first of all, we need to import ctx, right? Part of dash ctx. So what we need to do here is to get the id, right? So you can see nav id, or I think ctx id is ctx.triggered id, right? And I think we can print ctx id. So let's print the ctx id. Let's run our save and refresh and see, right? Okay. So if I should click on appearance, we have nav appearance. If I should click on privacy, as you can see, nav storage. If I should click on privacy, you can see nav privacy. And if I click on notifications, nav notification. If I click on general, nav general, right? So basically it's tell us the id that has been clicked, right? And then we can use our if statement. If ctx id is equals to nav general, right? Or it's none. Ctx id is equals to none. By default, we want to return the html. So let's use html.div. Let's say general, right? If ctx id is equals to nav appearance, okay, storage. All right, so let's yeah, so the ctx id is any of these ids, we want to return just the name, right? So let's confirm. Need to run our server again. Okay, yeah, so let's refresh and appearance. As you can see, everything is updating, right? Good, great. So the next thing we need to do is to update the active class again, right? Okay, so what we can do in our output, we need to update the nav general classes active, right? So nav appearance is next. Great. So outside updating the page content, we need to update the active classes, right? So if it's general, our id is now general, right? We want the first tab, which is now general, to be true, and then the rest false, right? So true for the first one, and then 1 2 3 4, the rest are false, right? So I'm just going to copy this. For appearance, we want every other thing to be false except the second one, which is true, right? Because the second one is appearance. For this, we want every other thing to be false except the third. For this, every other thing to be false except the fourth, right? And finally, every other thing to be false except the fifth, right? So our server is still running. Let's refresh and let's refresh and see if it works. Oh, it works. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. So what we can do is we can, In our CSS, we can give active class white color, right? We need to change the active class. So let's inspect and see. Okay, so we have class nav pills, right? Okay, so we can start from here. This is our general ID, right? Nav pills, right? So coming down here, dot nav pills. This nav pills. We have nav link under. Okay. Dot nav link dot active. Yeah. So the parent is nav pills, right? That's general div. Then going down, go to the dot nav link, right? And then in the nav link, we want to target the active class. Okay. All right. So let's give it color of white. Yeah, can give it important. And I'm going to restart my server for this. Okay. So let's refresh and see. Okay, it works. Great. Perfect. It works fine. And so let's go back to settings. And I think we can remove. Yeah. By default, we can give it text dark. Yeah. Just we've been giving others. Perfect. Perfect. So we've been able to do this. So the next thing is to design our page, right? So this is general. So I'm going to design just the general page and I would leave the rest for you as an assignment to do, right? So let's go back to yes. Okay, so I will design guess we can take this off now. So yeah, I would design just the general page, right? So again, you can make your code neat, create functions to avoid reusable codes, right? The reason I'm leaving it here is so that whoever is watching this video, you would understand the whole flow, right? So that's the reason I'm purposely not creating reusable functions, even though that is the right way. Okay, so let's design our general page. Okay, so I'm going to remove this general, just give it a children. Right. So this is a general settings, right? So we can use h5 or we can use html.h5 general settings, and let's give it class name of font width bold, right? Okay, then coming down here, html paragraph. Just going to copy this, right? Okay, class name text muted. Okay, so let's see. Not bad. So application language, we can do it this way. HTML dot div. Children, we can use span. Yeah, so HTML dot span application language, class name, font width or bold. Yeah, so for this we'll be using the flex box, but let's design first. Right, okay, application language, and I have another span again. So the reason I'm using span here is so that it doesn't go to the next line, right? You would see what I mean in a second. Text muted, yeah. Okay, yeah, so as you can see with span they continue from the same line, but for this we would need a flex box, right, to separate them. So coming here, as usual, we have a common div, right? html.div, right? Then we have our children, and then we have the first div, html.div, children again, and then this goes into it. What am I doing? Yeah, this goes into it. Okay. Great. Yeah, so then the second div, html.div, second div, which is this, would use the dbc.select, right? Options is a list of dictionary, right? Label and value. Okay, yeah, so we have a dbc.select, we have the options, right? So English, Portuguese, Spanish. All right, so let's server is down, so let's run it. All right, so let's refresh again. As you can see, we have English, Spanish, right? So it's high time to do the flex box. In our main div, which is this, come down here, put our class name, display flex, justify content between content center. Yeah, okay, so server is down again. Perfect, right? And yeah, it's over here. So how can we set a default? So to set a default value, you use the value, let's use English, right? And it sets it to English by default, right? So let's refresh and see, right? If we want Portuguese, sorry, Spanish, let's use the ES, which is this, right? And refresh. Spanish should be default, right? Let's try some other things. We can increase the size, right? So let's say size is equals to medium, right? Yeah, these are the options. So if you're not sure about anything, inspect the documentation and see, right? So let's see our medium size, if it works. Let's change it to large, which is LG, right? Oh, it's default to medium. Yeah, so let's change it to large and see. I prefer medium, so we can leave it at medium or take it because medium is default size, right? Next thing is time zone, date format, autosave, right? So we'll do the same thing. So over here we can use the dbc.row, but the reason I'm not using this is because the div, by default it goes to the next line. So if I should copy this and paste it, it goes to the next line. But then again, you can do the dbc.row to start it, right? And do the children, but it's more or less it's basically the same thing, right? So let's take this, start our server. Okay, let's refresh. Yeah, so it's basically the same thing. So I would take off the dbc.row, take it off, take it off. Great. So we can so what's the next one? Time zone, right? Just going to paste it here. Paste this here. So let's see what we have. So we need the margin button here. So in this first div, just going to call me after this bracket, class name mb3, and I will do the same for this, right? So let's refresh. Great. And yeah, so for the time zone, what do we have? Eastern time, ET. ET value is ET, and over here value is ET as well, right? So Yeah, we have it here. And the third one is date format. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, date format. Just going to copy this. Right, and what are our options? DD, month, year. Okay, then change it to US and the valid to US. Right, so let's refresh again and we have it there. So what else? We have the BRO tag, the HRO. So HTML dot div HR. And finally we have the autosave. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, put a comma here, come over here. Okay, autosave. Okay, so you just have to type along with me. And for this, we are not using a select, but instead we'll be using a switch. Should we use checkbox switch? Yep. Let's set the value to be true. Okay, so yeah, server is still running. Surprisingly, for refresh, we see it. Yeah, so let's see if we can change the size of our switch. Okay, we can't, but we can use our class and change the font size to, let's use 4. Okay, all right, so basically we've designed this page, and I think we can make our font smaller, right? This is smaller than what we have over here, right? So coming down here, we can use font size of 5. Let's see. Oh, sorry. 1 about. Why is 1 big? So what can we do? Oh, instead of using the span, we can use small. Yeah, a HTML.small. Okay, yeah, nice. So we can use the HTML.small here, HTML.small, just for the second text. Yeah, HTML.small. Let's refresh. Okay, yeah. Not bad. Right. So for the appearance, notification, privacy, storage. I want you to do it by yourself, right? So I'm going to spend about 5 seconds on each page so you can screenshot and basically do what you want, right? Notifications. This is notification screen. They are very easy to replicate. You just have to use a flexbox, and this is a switch which we just did, right? This is a select, HTML to select, right? Switch again, and this is a button. You can use you can go to the docs, right? For the security page, we have again the main page. We have the tabs, account security, which is the default, two-factor authentication, active sessions, privacy settings, security settings, right? Again, you can take a screenshot of these pages, and I want you to design it and send it to my email, send me a message on LinkedIn, just to see how far you've done with it, right? I look forward to getting your messages. Again, all these components can be found in Dash Bootstrap Components official documentation, right? Yeah, you can easily get it there. Yes. Yeah. So these are the components, and there are lots of things, lots of components over here that you can search and use, right? So this is an accordion, which is what we just had over here, right? So basically, try your creativity and good luck. We have officially come to the end of this course, and I am very sure by now we should be able to build a complete dashboard from scratch using Dash. You should know about Dash Bootstrap Components, Dash AG Grid, Plotly Express. You should know about how to manage your states using callbacks. You should know about the trigger ID. We did a whole lot in this course, right? And I look forward to getting your submissions for the remaining page you will do by yourself. Have a nice day and watch out for other videos. Bye.